right, let's get started. Thank you everyone for being here today. This public regular meeting of the Board of Education for August 4th, 2026 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website on the Board of Meetings tab. Those meetings being streamed live on PPS YouTube page and will be replayed on channel 28. Good evening, welcome. Thank you everyone for being here today. We have a full agenda. However, I will be pushing on time just because I would like us to get out on time because leadership has an event that starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And yes. So let's get started. We have a few things on our agenda today. We have voting on labor agreements from SEIU and PAT substitutes. We also have a presentation on the Southeast Enrollment and Program Balancing Equity Audit recommendations. We're also getting an update from the fund for PPS. And then we also have a various number of policy revisions that we will be voting on today as well, and then also voting on establishing our standing committees for the 26-27 school year. First off on our agenda is handing off to Superintendent Armstrong for the superintendent report.
Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, board directors. I do not have a formal presentation. It's just an opportunity to let you know that schools are officially being staffed and we are in Leadership Week. Tomorrow is Leaders Day, and I really look forward to your attendance at the event tomorrow as we kick off the 26-27 school year. And so that is the message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I also just wanted to say hello again to our student representative, Rose Sandell. Is this the first official meeting, or was it in July? I can't remember.
The first one was the online one.
First one was online.
Yeah.
Okay, so first real official in-person one.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Rosaline Sandell. I'm a senior at Lincoln High School, and I'm super excited to be a part of the board. I've gone to PPS schools all my life, and my parents used to drive me from St. John's so then I could go to school in Markham, which is in Portland. And I'm just super grateful for the education I've gotten from PPS and everything I've learned, and I hope to continue learning with these members on the board.
Great, thank you. Excited that you're here with us this year. Very excited. All right. Next up, we have our general public comment and students as well. If there are students, well, I'll ask them when we get there. First, the board wants to thank you for taking the time out of your day to care about public education and giving us your input. Public input, especially from our student, informs and improves our work. So we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. Just a couple reminder and guidelines. As board members, we are here to listen and not engage in conversation with those who are testifying. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. I also will remind PPS staff who are giving public testimony that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially in their school community, by use of direct or indirect linkages such as school grade, special education, or other status. If you have materials that you would like the board to receive, physical ones, handouts, pictures, etc., you can hand those over to Ms. Powell over there, who will then pass it to us as well. Or if it's online, you can also email those to us as well at schoolboard@pps.net. This also applies to if you feel like you did not have a chance to finish your testimony and would like us to read the rest, you may also email the rest of your testimony to us. Please make sure that when you begin your comments that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. Ms. Powell, how many people do we have signed up for today?
We have 3 people signed up for public comment.
3 people. All right. So then you have a full 3 minutes to speak. When the yellow light goes off, that means you have 30 seconds, and when the red light, that means please finish up your sentence. So let's first start with if we have any students sign up.
We do not. We have, in person, we have Matt Lambden and Lisa Jackson.
Can you call those names again?
Matt Landon and Lisa Jackson.
Great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. Oh wait,
You may begin when
are
you're
we
ready.
starting or?
When you're ready.
Okay. Yes, I am from Georgia, and so I wrote my speech down and timed it for 2 minutes. So hope the 3 minutes. Hopefully, I'm gonna get it. Okay. My name's Hello PPS Board, school community in Portland. I hope this finds you well, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Matt Landon, Landon, and in 2021, I was brought in as a safety consultant for Thursday Night Bike Ride, which Shift to Bikes delisted this ride from their public calendar because it was deemed unsafe for females. I co-founded the Biking and Riding Friends Bike Safety Working Group to comb through the previous Shift complaints to identify predators on the bike rides and hold them accountable. Shift never allowed access to the complaint database, nor did they forward complaints to the police due to Shift's policy of not talking to the police. I'm warning the community about shifttobikes.org that they pose a real danger to the school community. Shift has 3 white male board members who are listed in this mandatory reporter complaint that I have right here. That I'll provide copies to everybody. Let's see. Shift provides direct support to Bike Bus PDX and has even imparted lax safety protocols on Bike Bus PDX. This is the bike program where, instead of a school bus, kids get on their bikes and ride to school every day. And this is I've identified some pretty significant holes in their safety protocols. Bike Bus PDX does not do background checks nor mandatory reporter training for its adult volunteers. I got verification from the Bike Bus folks via email that this is their policy. It also says so on their website. Bike Bus PDX is allowed a Shift board member with a heart-shaped speaker to lead previous rides and be a featured ride guest on many Bike Bus bike rides, even though that person is listed in this outstanding and ongoing mandatory reporter report. This person continues to refuse to become a mandatory reporter nor be background checked. Bike Bus PDX is openly advertised along Shift to Bikes and Naked Hearts PDX on the Safe Routes website as being safe and trusted organizations, when honestly none of these organizations can say that they are safe at this point. Bike Bus PDX needs to follow the standard PPS requirements for training and background checks that all adult school volunteers and all adult school employees are required to attain, and it's ridiculous that they do not have that. I have paper copies of my mandatory reporter complaint if anyone would like a copy. I'll also be here the entire meeting and afterwards. I'll give you my personal email and phone number so we can have a conversation. I'll also be emailing my comments out to everyone. One of the male members of the Shift board just quit on Saturday. I expect the others to as well. And thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Jackson, Spotted Elk, Jackson, Spottededk. I'm addressing you as a constituent and as an advocate for the Native community. However, is this on? Can you hear me? Sorry. However, I must remind you I'm a parent first. I have been in the Portland community advocating in a bigger aspect in the education system, housing system, ICWA, which is the Indian Child Welfare Act, and the DHS system. However, we're here speaking about the education system. I want to let you know that I am everywhere in this community, not just in this education system. So I see the failure at the bigger picture. I have not spoken to anyone about what I asked for 3 months ago. I have not spoken with the superintendent about anything for 1.5 years. my role as an advocate, I have seen firsthand the impact of the community strategy that it has on our young people's success. But I'm not here to address the success because this system isn't built for our success in our community. As you can see, I've been asking for communication from the school board as a parent for the last year and a half. However, this isn't about me. This is about students, and my daughter is one of your students. I see this isn't an ongoing issue with just this district. This is districts around the whole community of Portland. My mission is to protect and advocate to ensure full compliance and transparency of effectiveness of all systems across the board in the Native community. The inherent of sovereignty of our tribal peoples, the federal rights and trust and responsibility and obligations, civil rights and protections under the U.S. law, the community has driven accountability and has a collective voice. That's me. I'm asking for dignity and respect in all interactions and a timely access. I have asked you guys over and over about what is going on with our Native community and buildings, and I have not had one response from any of you, not even John. This program, accountability and compliance to, is ensure that all admin and contractors partnering with organizations to adhere the federal right in the state of tribal obligations. We need to come together because at this point you're discriminatory against myself as a Native person. I have been asking you guys for just to help work with me as a parent. And I don't know what more do you need, because I have been asking for transparency. Not just for the Native community, though. And this was before some of you board members. But there is a couple board members that have been here. There's a superintendent that I ask as a parent, where's our 1.4 million? And if you can't explain that to us, like, I'm creating this board for accountability because our Native community is suffering, whether you see it or not. And it starts with our generations to come, and that's why I'm here. I'm not here for us. I'm here for a student success center too.
Thank you.
And we have one virtual commenter, Liz Hull.
I can wait till the end.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Liz Hull, Hull, and I'm the parent of a redheaded preschooler you might have seen me bring to a few of these meetings. He'll attend kindergarten at Wrigler in 2028. When I was pregnant with him in 2022, I was also a foster parent to a PPS 8th grader and later 9th grader before the district's bell-to-bell phone ban. Those experiences are why I'm so passionate about screens in schools today. My foster kid had unrestricted internet access from the age of 5. When her family experienced homelessness during the pandemic, her phone became her connection to the outside world. She missed school entirely between the ages of 7 and 12, and she still continued to learn to read largely from TikTok and YouTube captions. Technology gave her access when she had pretty much nothing else. I've also worked in tech for more than 15 years, including several years in trust and safety at large social platforms. I've partnered with organizations like Crisis Text Line and Digital Wellness Lab and guiding school platforms to create social platforms to create the right guardrails for teen users. So I understand really deeply both the promise and the risks of tech for teens. One lesson from that work has stayed with me. Technology access alone is not equity. In fact, adding school-mandated screen exposure to children who are already saturated with screens can actually worsen inequities rather than reduce them. On top of that, there's plenty of research showing how excessive screen exposure is associated with higher rates of attention problems, anxiety, behavioral challenges, plenty of which I experienced with my teen. Even with my professional background, I couldn't fully protect my foster kid either. The FBI ultimately came to confiscate her devices because of illegal and dangerous activities she'd been able to engage in while at school. I know technology access matters, but so does protecting children. I'm fortunate to have the experience I have to start teaching digital literacy and healthy technology habits to my preschooler now. But I know not every family has that privilege. That's why schools have an important role to play, not by increasing children's screen exposure, but by creating environments where analog skills, human relationships, engaged teachers, and developmentally appropriate learning come first. I really do appreciate the time and care you all are putting into working with families on this. In a few weeks, our organization, Schools Beyond Screens Portland, will offer a drafted screen policy and AI policy for PPS. I hope you'll remember my family's story when you sit down to consider them. I urge you to prioritize evidence-based screen limits, if not removing screens from our youngest kids' classrooms altogether, providing more transparency with families, and careful scrutiny of new ed tech and AI tools before they ever reach our classrooms and our kids. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a quick comment? Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Lisa's comments, and she did give public comment at the May FIO meeting, and based on her concerns, I had it added to the June agenda. Staff declined to present and made the commitment that they would follow up with her, and it sounds like that may not have happened yet, so if we can make sure that that does happen, that would be great.
Yeah, may I ask what specifically? Because I attended the Native right sizing conversation on May 18th and responded to all of the things that I had publicly committed to in January 2025. And all of those things are being planned, completed, or in process. So I don't know what more, what specifically you were asking for out of FIO.
I think some communication with her would be ideal.
Okay, next up we have comments from our union partners. And thank you for being here. Hopefully you signed up. This wasn't a surprise, but you're welcome to your time here today.
I signed up.
Awesome.
But I'm still here.
So, well, you all are voting on the SEIU contract today. So, obviously, I urge you to vote yes. It was at least not a year-long process like the last negotiations, so yay for that. Still not a fun process, but negotiations never are. We did get through it in a timely fashion, which was appreciated. And we covered most of the things that I feel like we wanted to cover. However, one of the key issues that showed up in our bargaining survey that we tried to get into the contract was a piece around immigration, and we were told that we could not get that into the contract, that this was something that had to come from the board. And this was around the time, as we were finishing off the negotiations, that you all were doing the board meeting where you had the Protecting Student Access Policy draft, the board meeting at the beginning of July. And so I think, as everyone is aware, the current administration is not particularly friendly to immigration in general, and it's sort of flown under the radar with everything else, but legal immigration in this country is at this point nearly impossible. Green card holders, visa holders, all these things are being challenged, ratcheted down. It's very difficult to immigrate the so-called right way. And our union has a lot of members who are immigrants. This was, in our bargaining survey, the number 2 thing behind pay as a concern amongst our members. And so you all have done some work for students, and I feel that we haven't done our part as union leadership to finish off what we can do for our members until we ask the board, since we were told that we could not get this into the contract, that we ask you as the school board to, since you've done, drafted I know that the district does have policies around immigration, but there are challenges for workers where if your work permits are denied or held up, your paperwork is held up, your job status goes into question. You having your job protected is important. I know the district has policies around that, but having the school board make some sort of policy around this would be very much appreciated. And so I feel like we will have done our best for our members by asking you to do what you've done for the students, for your employees as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, can you send me an email to remind me, but I would like to schedule something. Maybe we can have a conversation, talk about the best path forward.
I will do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Good evening, Chair Wong, Vice Chair Chase Miller, Student Representative Sandell. Did I say it right? Oh, yes. Okay. Dr. Armstrong and the rest of the wonderful board. You all will be voting on the substitute contract. I have a wonderful substitute educator here with me today, which will come after I'm done speaking. So I hope you all will vote yes on that contract as well. So as we get ready to welcome the students in a couple of weeks, can you believe it? I can't. I want to start by thanking all the educators and staff who spent part of their summer working Summer Acceleration Academy and extended school year. I had the chance to visit and talk with many educators, and what I heard over and over again was how committed they were at making sure that every student had a strong start to their year. But what was frustrating to hear is that many educators didn't know until late in the process that all students who met the criteria for extended school year would go to Summer Acceleration Academy. As most of you might know, summer school gives students the time to gain skills and specifically for extended school year, work on IEP goals. But it can be difficult as it's sometimes at a new school with an entirely new team, with an educator that they have no relationship with students that they've never met. And there's no familiarity there. So our students, especially our students with disabilities, deserve teams that have all that information, that have all that time and all the support that they need before students walk through the door, especially in this new environment. So when communication happens at the last minute, it's the students that miss out. And that's what I was seeing when I was visiting these schools. We were also concerned to hear that some educators weren't paid on time for the work that they did during the summer, but we appreciate that the district moved very, very quickly to fix this as it was a systems error. So thank you to payroll services for working really hard to get that fixed. We're excited to hear that every day that educators are being recalled. We hope to see that those recalls continue, and we will keep advocating for more recalls, so we won't stop at that. So we're excited to kick off the school year, and we're looking forward to working with the district, but because we all want the same thing. We want students who feel supported, we want educators who are set up for success, and we want schools where communication and collaboration happen early, so that we're not having the same things that happened during the summer happen during the school year. Thanks.
Thank you. Sure. Yeah. All right. So next up is the agreement between the Portland Association of teachers or substitute teachers and PPS. This is the first thing we're going to be voting on today. I guess I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong to introduce it.
Perfect, thank you. So as you know, approval of labor agreements is a requirement that the board must do. And so we have our Chief of Human Resources, Dr. Angela Freeman, who will share the highlights of the agreement with the PAT Substitute Bargaining Unit.
Good evening. I am here at members of the board chair, all of the niceties, the superintendent, everyone. Good to see you. I am here instead of Kimberly Gibson, who is the Senior Director of Employee and Labor Relations, who deserves all the credit for leading the team. I didn't have the pleasure of being at the table to interact with our substitute bargaining members. But on behalf of Kimberly, I want to thank the sub-board bargaining members for all of the hard work and the expediting of this agreement. It's a one-year agreement that matches the PAT agreement in the same timeline so that we could get through this hard budgeting year that we are facing that's upcoming. So I want to publicly appreciate the compromise and the collaboration between PPS and the sub-bargaining unit. I don't have all the details in front of me because I wasn't privy to that, but I think that you all will be presenting a little bit of that as well. So I'll turn it over to Alicia. And
yeah, so it's just three things. It's 2% COLA starting in January, similar to the broader unit, is what we call the other unit of educators, because we have the substitute unit and the broader unit. It's also having some clarification about what would look like a substitute binder, so that there's some uniformity throughout every single school, that substitutes are getting the same information about the classrooms that they're going into to support the students, similar to what I talked to in my union comments about having that collaboration and clear communication, so that substitutes have all the information so that they could support the students' needs when they're coming in. And then there is also the 30 minutes of, or is it 60 minutes?
For cancellation.
Cancellation. 60, yeah, it's 60 minutes for cancellation to kind of help them. I was not involved in that bargaining, so that's why I invited the wonderful Ed Curtin, who was involved in the bargaining team. So.
Right, there was some, my name's Ed Curtin, C-U-R-T-I-N, substitute since the waning days of COVID, and a teacher in Corvallis for 17 years before moving back to Portland, my hometown. My grandsons asked me to substitute because during COVID there weren't a lot of trained people helping out in classrooms. One of the issues has been substitutes who have taken a job and showed up at a school and found that the job was canceled, and then were left hanging to in the late hour trying to find another job, which was virtually impossible. We asked that the district to provide at least an hour's notice before a job is canceled, and that may help, but sometimes if a teacher is in St. John's and driving over to Kelly, they might be on the road before that cancellation takes place. A lot of substitutes, I've learned, I'm retired and do this to help the students of PPS, but a lot of substitutes, this is their main job. This is how they pay the rent, how they pay for groceries, and when they lose a day of work, they lose a significant amount of money. So we were able to change that language a little bit. There are some other compromises that we made. We realized that there was not the budget available to ask for everything that we wanted, so we scaled things way back, and this was one of them. So open to any questions that you might have about the contract, proposed contract.
Great, thank you. Let's first get this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7356, the 2026-27 agreement between Portland Association of Substitute Teachers and District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon?
So moved.
Director Split moves.
Second.
Thank you. I'm just calling you Director to pass. Seconds. Thank you. Questions or discussion?
I know we're keeping the agenda tight today, but I just really want to, and I haven't done this at all of them, but so I'm not trying to say I don't thank everybody before them, but I feel like I really have a place in my heart for substitutes, especially post-COVID, especially when you mentioned coming in during that time that we all remember when there were like no subs and it was just really tough. So I just want to give a shout out to our substitute teachers who I think are really, really, really critically important to our schools.
Thank you
And
very
I'm
much.
sure I speak on behalf of everyone, so we don't all have to say it, but I feel like somebody should say it.
Thanks. We'll pass it on.
I feel like I need to apologize for being one of those kids that wasn't really respectful of substitute teachers. So I appreciate you too.
Sure. We all have our histories.
I actually worked as a substitute for about a year and a half, and it is very challenging work. So I appreciate all the substitutes out there and the work they're doing, having to come in and jump in right away and get things going. And when substitutes are supported and they can do their job, it makes a big difference. So thank you. All right, let's move on. Oh, sorry. Ms. Powell, is there any public comment? Nope. All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7356, 2026-27, agreement between Portland Association of Substitute Teachers and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Resolution 7356. Oh, I was told that student reps don't vote on labor agreements, but you may unofficially vote. Yes. Thank you. No worries. Resolution 7356 is approved by a vote of 6-0 and an unofficial vote from student representative as yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we also have, we will be voting on agreement between the Service Employees International Union and PPS. Again, I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. We still have Dr. Angela Freeman at the dais, and I just want to take a moment to reflect back last year from August to June, July. We had 6 teams that were in negotiations for contracts, and so we are excited that this is the 5th one to close. We have 1 more to go that will continue into this current academic year, but for a team to start and close negotiations in 1 academic year, 5 out of 6 of the times, I think is remarkable. And I just wanted to publicly applaud and express appreciation for Dr. Freeman and her team. So thank you. And with that, I turn it over to you.
It takes 2 to tango. So it's never one person. It takes relationships and meeting our staff in the middle and listening and understanding. And that's, that's how we get here. And really good bargaining teams that are willing to work together. And so I appreciate Chris. I appreciate your team. I've got to see you in action and come to your space. And when Jim was one of the leaders, got a chance to get to know you both well. I did not serve as the bargaining chair for SEIU as well, so I'm here on behalf of Kimberly Gibson once again to just say thank you for all of the meeting. And like you said earlier, you kind of described it's not always fun, not always in agreement, but I think when you have a common goal of doing what's best for kids, then the 2 teams can work together. So I really appreciate you and your team and the PPS team as well for coming to an agreement. So what you have before you today is a 3-year agreement, and maybe you have a little more details in front of you. I think I could say the numbers off the top of my head, but they wouldn't be right. So you can go ahead and share. I think it's 2, 275, and a 3. for the 3-year agreement. Oh, look at me go. I was right. Okay, good. Thank you. Anything you'd like to add? That you didn't add before? You had.
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, we made some shifts to various things, but it was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Well, we have before you today, we hope that you will approve the agreement between PPS and SEIU.
Thank you. Let's put this on the table. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7361, 2026 to 29, agreement between Service Employees International Union and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon?
So moved.
I'll second.
Thank you. Director Split and Director Engelsman seconds. Any board discussion or questions?
Now I feel like I need to ditto and say thank you so much, because we know how much our SEIU employees matter to our schools. My kids go to an elementary school where our woman who works in the cafeteria has her purple shirt on, I feel like every day, and our kids see that and love her and know that she's union strong, and I think that's so cool. So thank you for all that you guys do.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I also want to thank it again in a school. It makes such a difference. I want to also, it's almost like magic, because I mean, magic is like when things just happen. Intense amount of work went into it, but it's so easy to like overlook or take for granted. But it's when it's not there, everyone suffers. So I think that kind of describes pretty much every SEIU employee in our district. It's just they're working magic and it's so underappreciated, and I just want to send a big thank you.
It does take a lot of work to make it all happen, especially the food, because when the bell rings, it has to be there, whether you're ready or not.
Or a lot of angry kids. All right, thank you. Ms. Powell, do we have any public comment? All right, the board will now vote on Resolution 7361, 2026 to 29, agreement between Service Employees International Union and School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? The student rep unofficial vote? Yes. Thank you. Keep it consistent. All right, thank you. Resolution 7361 is approved by a vote of 6-0, and student rep unofficially voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
All right, next up we have the Southeast Enrollment and Program Balancing Equity Audit Recommendation Presentation. I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you. So as we prepare to go deeper in the right sizing conversation, I think it's important for us to center lessons learned. And so our central office team have been using the lessons learned and the recommendations from the equity audit evaluation of PPS Southeast Enrollment and Program Balancing Initiative to guide our right sizing process. And so I am going to turn it over to Dr. John Franco and Margaret Calvert to begin this presentation, and they will introduce our guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Good evening, Chair Wong and Vice Chair Chase Miller. First time saying that. That's exciting. Board of Directors, and of course, our Student Director. John Franco, Senior Chief of Operations. So this evening, we have Executive Director of School Modernization and School Planning, Margaret Calvert, and also Dr. Terrence Green, who will be joining us to provide an update on the right sizing process. We will begin by sharing first some of the findings and recommendations from the equity evaluation performed this spring by Dr. Green and his team of researchers and how it is informing our work. Okay. Can you do the slides? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So you can see here our learning targets and success criteria. So there are two learning targets for tonight. We are learning about the lessons learned from the equity audits through the Southeast Guiding Coalition. So, you want that? Thank you. And then how our PPS staff are using it in our current right-sizing process. So learning targets via success criteria. So hopefully at the end of this presentation, you'll be able to describe key themes, outcomes, lessons learned from the equity audit, and then also describe how the recommendations are informing our current right-sizing process. So as we mentioned last spring, we committed to reviewing our most recent enrollment and program balancing progress to help inform our work. We have been fortunate enough to engage with Dr. Terrence Green and his team because they have deep connections in educational practice, research, and also policy review. Dr. Terrence Green is an associate professor in the Department of Educational Leadership and Policy at the University of Texas at Austin. He has conducted extensive research on school closures and works with districts across the country as they navigate complex decisions involving declining enrollment, school consolidation, and of course, educational equity. He is currently leading a national initiative funded by the Wallace Foundation to develop equity-centered, research-based tools and guidance that support districts facing school closures and consolidations. Sorry, Roseanne, this is... Okay, perfect. You gonna try it? Okay. So Dr. Green and his team were able to develop a rapport with both staff and families through this process. They analyzed these decisions not only quantitatively, but then also reviewed outcomes, but also through qualitative lens of staff and family experiences. So a lot of focus groups, a lot of interviews, looking at not only the data, but then also talking to families, to staff, and to students. So their reports provided valuable insight and actionable recommendations. So I am going to go ahead, and Dr. Green is on the call. And so just want to welcome him, and he has the floor. Thank you, Dr. Green. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you, Dr. Franco, and good evening to the trustees, to Dr. Armstrong, to students, to families, to the PPS community. I'm excited to share some of our findings with you from our equity audit analysis. As I start, I do want to name that, as was mentioned earlier, many districts across the country are navigating very similar challenges. And unfortunately, not a lot of districts pause, take a moment to reflect, to look back at lessons learned that may inform moving forward. So I want to commend the district for engaging in this work, and really grateful to be a partner throughout this process. The other part is that although I led this work, I also worked with 9 other folks on my team. The 4 central folks, myself, but the other 3 people who were central to the data collection and analysis are actually residents in Metro Portland. And so it was super important for our team to make sure that we were supporting folks locally, but also to reinvest in the local community. All right, so today I'll share very high-level findings of our report. So the report is 157 pages. If you have not had an opportunity to read it, I would highly encourage you to read it, because it'll provide significantly much more detail than what I'll provide in the next 10 to 12 minutes. And I got my timer going, so I won't go over time. So our report and our analysis spanned 5 domains, which you can see here. And these 5 domains that we analyze are rooted directly in the objectives and the aims of the SCGC Enrollment Balancing Initiative. And so our first domain and area that we were looking at were equitable access to robust middle schools. And we expanded it a bit to try to understand what was happening with enrollment in elementary schools, who were also a part of SCGC. Our second domain was around linguistic equity in DLI programs. The third domain in which we conducted some analysis were around educator, staff, and administrator experiences. So we wanted to understand, how is this playing out on the ground in real time over time? Our fourth dimension in domain was around family and community voice and engagement, but also equitable decision making, given that the guiding coalition was an important aspect of the entire initiative. We wanted to understand the participatory nature in which decisions were made, how community voiced, shape final decisions, so on and so forth, which I'll talk to you about in a moment. And then finally, we actually added a fifth domain that emerged somewhat organically, but also in conversation with the district, really trying to understand what factors at the school level shaped how SCGC was experienced and also absorbed, really trying to get to this question around like how much change can a system handle, and trying to break that down a bit to understand how much change did particular schools experience, and what were some of the outcomes with that. And so we looked at 14 questions across these 5 domains. Could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So as Dr. Franco mentioned, our data sources for this project span both qualitative and quantitative data sources. So we're rooting all of our findings in these high-level takeaways within a number of pieces of data. First, we had over 1,200 people respond to our survey, which included over 900, families, parents, caregivers, but also had slightly under 330 responses from teachers, from staff, from administrators. We also spent time talking with folks face-to-face, qualitatively, trying to understand more richly and more deeply what their experiences were. And so we, across both our interviews and our focus groups, talked to over 100 people. Additionally, we examined administrative data longitudinally. So we looked at data from 2020, 21 to the 24-25 year. So about a 5-year span, really specifically looking at enrollment data, achievement data, attendance, discipline, DLI access, and staff retention data. And so we used all of these data sources to more so triangulate the findings that emerged from the study. Would you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So now I'll talk at a very high level around some of the key takeaways, and I'm more than happy to engage in dialogue with you around this. And if you have additional questions, if you read it more deeply and read it again, I'm more than happy to be available to answer those questions. All right, so for this first domain, what we primarily were trying to understand, we wanted to learn more about what enrollment was like in schools that were impacted by SCGC, but not just the enrollment, what were the student outcomes in those schools? And so one of the key objectives of SCGC was to balance enrollment across middle schools. And the data suggests actually that schools, middle schools and elementary schools actually became more balanced in enrollment during SCGC. From the beginning, start of SCGC to the end of SCGC, the highest enrolled to the lowest enrolled middle school, that difference went from about 330 to about 230 over the time span. Additionally, what we also did is we did an analysis of students who were in SCGC impacted schools, and we matched them with students who were in non-impacted SCGC schools. And we wanted to understand what was happening with their achievement scores, what was happening with attendance, what was happening with discipline. And what we find is that actually in terms of the outcomes, they were pretty comparable, right? That students who were a part of SCGC schools fared pretty similarly to their counterparts who were part of non-SCGC schools. Now, those findings must be situated within nuance. And so one of the things you'll see in the report is we try to surface a lot of the nuance and the complexities and the tensions that emerge around these findings. So one of the nuances that is important to understand within this particular domain is that the variation in the learning environments, some of them, they vary. In part, they vary because out of the 20 schools, 12 of them actually had lower enrollments than were projected, which, has consequences, right? That some schools didn't have as many staff persons as were anticipated. It created uneven, learning conditions, which, caused a variation around how the learning conditions unfolded across each of the various schools. The other thing is that there were, interestingly, even though families who had students in the middle school they fared pretty similarly as students in non-SEGC middle schools, but their perceptions as caregivers and as parents and as families were significantly lower than parents who only had students in elementary school. So on every metric that we ask about in terms of learning conditions and environments, the sense that their children were learning more, the sense that they were had minimized like biases and disrespect, like they were significantly lower across the board for middle school. So one of the things that we're wondering is perhaps there may be some qualitative experiences happening at the middle school that don't fully show up and could be masked as we just look at the quantitative outcomes of what's happening in terms of achievement, discipline, and attendance. Finally, for each of these, the district has been wrestling and grappling with a number of questions that kind of coincide with some of these findings. And this first one is essentially, like how might PPS align resources to serve students well, both at the elementary level, but also at the middle school level. Could you please go to the next slide? Thank you. The second domain in which we conducted research, okay, let me speed this up, was around linguistic equity in DLI programs. And here we wanted to get a sense of like who was actually accessing programs. But then as programs were moved, the question that we had was, does the removal or the relocation of a program contribute to displacement? And so those were our primary questions in this particular domain. And so high-level takeaways are that SEGC did strengthen the coherence around some of the programs in the schools, but the enrollment in various programs, they vary considerably. So the enrollment in all the language programs reached about 86% of the projections that the district thought initially when rolling this out. And that happened within a context where there was also declining enrollment in these programs at about 9% in Southeast. Throughout this whole process, one thing I think to underscore too is that this all still happens in a context of declining enrollment, even though you have balancing and even though you have the uptake in particular language programs. In particular, though, the enrollment increased in the Spanish language programs and in the Vietnamese program. The number of students enrolling in those programs grew considerably, while the Mandarin, Russian, and Japanese enrollments actually declined when you looked across the 20 schools that offered those DLI programs. There's also, tensions and complexities that actually emerge with some of these findings. So there is a particular school that was converted to a whole school Spanish language program. And, you visit it, folks are having very affirming experiences. They speak very highly of the day-to-day, and it's really affirming. And you see a significant growth in the number of Latinx students in that school, which has been really profoundly helpful for folks as you talk to them in that school. At the same time, about 60% of the folks in the neighborhood were displaced from attending that school. And then in particular, the Black student enrollment declined from about 10 to 2%, almost nearly erasing it. So one of the questions that we write about in the report and that the district has been grappling with is, how do you describe and talk about the trade-offs, and how do you think about advancing one equity goal, but then the unintended consequences might create another inequity for another racially marginalized group? So holding the tensions of what advancing equity may mean in one area, but kind of hindering it in another area for another group. Could you please go to the next slide?
Dr. Green, can I ask a clarifying question quickly? Would you mind? Yeah. I'm just curious, the school that became, in reading the materials, I wasn't quite sure how the school that we're not naming apparently that became a DLI school entirely. Is it lottery, or do neighborhood kids just all go into, I'd always thought it was all the neighborhood kids were able to, that were like kindergarten and up, were able to just go there and be in DLI, but is it a lottery school? I'm just unclear on how the kids are chosen to attend that school.
So there is, thank you for that question. There is another, we actually wrote a school by school report where we go in depth around the schools that we talked about. Margaret, feel free to jump in, or Dr. Franco. So from my understanding, is that folks in the neighborhood can actually access the school. But there's a particular level of Spanish that you need to know to really accelerate very well in the school. So a lot of folks talked about that being a hindrance to them going. But then also as the boundary changed, a lot of folks were just, they got reallocated to another school that was significantly farther away.
So thank you, Dr. Green. Thanks for the question, Director Split. It's a combination, so it is a neighborhood program, and when we have schools that are that are wall-to-wall DLI or whole school DLI, then there's a partner school that if a family that lives in that neighborhood decides not to participate, they go to the partner school. And in this particular case, some of those families opted to go to the partner school. There are also that we hold spaces because Spanish DLI is a regionalized program, so it's a combination, but that it's set up as this is the neighborhood school, is this model, and then families can choose to go to the partner school.
Thanks for clarifying. I couldn't quite catch from reading the materials how it worked, so I thought I would just ask while we were talking about it. Appreciate it. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you for asking that question. I have 3 more slides, so I'll speed through this so we can get to Q&A. And if a question comes up, please, by all means, feel free to interrupt me as I'm going through so we can talk through that one. Could you go to the next slide, please, I believe?
Oh, we were going to, you didn't talk about educator experiences yet.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, go back one.
Perfect. So in this domain, we really wanted to understand richly, qualitatively, but also with our survey data, what was morale like in schools that were impacted by SEGC, but also what did it do to retention? Because there is a body of research that would suggest that these types of changes can contribute to shifts in the teaching staff. And so what's clear is that staff morale was most negatively affected in SEGC schools where they had overlapping changes, where there were simultaneous changes, but also changes that the school experienced prior to SEGC. So one of the things that emerged is like SEGC was a part of is a cumulative arc than just an individual disruption or interruption or intervention that is occurring. But the morale was deeply impacted in nearly every school that we visited, and more significantly in schools that had experienced turnover more recently, instability of principal and their leadership, and things of that nature. The other thing is that the implementation year of SEGC was pretty dramatic in terms of like staffing. So after that first year, 32% of staff at SEGC schools left their schools compared to 19% at non-SEGC schools. The gap closed a bit in that subsequent year, but there was a sort of a shock in terms of the staff. Another thing that was really clear in our qualitative findings is that the district did not provide sufficient enough support to help, one, with the transitions as schools were changing boundaries or programs were relocated, or two, the supports. Once the school was now found in its new condition, whether the enrollment had changed, the boundary had changed, so on and so forth, folks just felt like they were insufficiently prepared to be able to respond to this new environment in which they found themselves in. Another issue that kind of underscores this is that, a common theme that came up in many schools is that there were promises made about additional FTEs and additional resources that some schools said they never got. They actually lost resources. And so that also contributed to the morale, that also contributed to the learning environments. There are some things that I'll talk about in a slide or two that help to buffer or mitigate some of that. And some of that was, depending on the principal and how long their tenure had been, as well as what types of changes the school experienced prior to SECG. But in terms of support from the district, we heard overwhelmingly that folks felt significantly underprepared, and that was an opportunity for the district to make some changes. So the question that the district's been grappling with, and one of the questions we put forward is like, how might the district proactively plan for the transitions? And I'll share a slide in a moment to give some suggestions or some considerations that we think might be fruitful as you ponder that. Could you please go to the next slide? The fourth domain was around family and community voice and engagement and equitable decision making. And so we've heard from nearly 1,000 families and caregivers. And one of the things that we really want to focus in on as well were SEGC members. So about 22 SEGC members completed the survey, and we had conversations with about another 10 to 15. And while members talked about there was definitely a promise of, participating in the process, there was a disconnect in terms of the level of influence that many SEGC members felt like they had to shape the outcomes and the scenarios that were coming forward. Many times, folks talked about feeling like their recommendations were constrained, they were often symbolic, and they were often easily overwritten. In addition to that, many folks just felt like they weren't heard from the district as they were trying to shape and influence just how this whole process would play out. One of the interesting things that kept emerging was that, your racial equity, and social justice lens was used to help guide this decision. But many folks felt like a lot of trust was undermined because in using that lens, all schools in Southeast were not considered. So there was we've heard it repeatedly that the more inner Southeast schools were not they were not considered. And you look at them demographically, you look at them socioeconomically, they are oftentimes higher SES, and they're, when you look at the racial demographics, often whiter. And so that became like a significant point of contention in which folks, it really severed lingering trust that had been there. Because all schools were not included in the process, even though this lens was used to help to guide some of the decisions. Could you go to the next slide, please? So this final domain was around school level factors that shape how changes were experienced and absorbed. And so one of the things that became abundantly clear is that it wouldn't be empirically accurate to just say a particular type of change, whether the type of the intensity it was, whether it relocated an entire program or the number of changes, the quantity of changes would lead to particular outcomes. Both actually matter. The type of change, the intensity of the change, but also the quantity of the changes. And at least what emerged in the findings is that program relocations and identity changes to a school, their whole identity, it generated more relational disruption than just a boundary change alone, but a boundary change alone also had significant consequences for schools in multiple ways. The other thing is that, as I mentioned previously, is that SECG, again, was experienced as a cumulative impact to the school system. And one of the things that we were trying to look at is like, how do you mitigate against some of these impacts? Because not all schools experience the changes equally. And some of that, again, had to go into who was leading the school, what the turnover had been like, what types of resources that they had, what was the morale, what was the culture like in the school. So like all these things played into how folks actually experienced it. And so again, SECG, although it was a particular change, it was not an isolated change, but actually had impacts across who was at the school and then what interventions you had to support them. Did the staff actually have the capacity to support the shifting demographics of students? And things like that were often emerging as consequences to some of the changes. So one of the questions that the district has been grappling with and is this idea of like, how might PPS account for local conditions and how much change have those communities experienced? Could you go to the next slide, please? I think three essential questions that are kind of emerging here First one, like, are the receiving schools prepared? If you go through the literature on school closures, receiving schools play a significant role in the experiences that people have if a school is closed or if it's consolidated. It's not just, numerically moving people around. It's making sure that a receiving school actually has the capacity, actually has the transition supports to support not only students, but families and teachers and staff and administrators in these new conditions. So one of the questions, like, are receiving schools prepared, and are historically underserved communities protected from a disproportionate burden? I mean, the empirical literature nationally is very clear that Black students disproportionately, and Latinx, bear the brunt of school closures, even when you control for academic performance of the schools, right? And so one of the questions to be thinking about, is there a disproportionate burden, again, on particular groups that have been historically underserved? The other question is, are staff stable? Are transportation and access barriers being addressed as shifts and change may happen? And do families have, like, real, authentic, and meaningful influence of what actually happens to their young person's educational experience? And then finally, this last question is around, this is a question I've actually been asking a lot of districts to grapple with. Like, does the district have the capacity and the resources to keep their promises? And the reason this is, like, a really salient question is because in many districts across the country, the macro conditions that contribute to declining enrollment and that contribute to massive budget deficits, those things haven't changed. Like, declining birth rates haven't changed. Population shifts have not changed. The instability of housing and the cost of housing, those things haven't, like, significantly changed. When you think about the post-COVID impacts on schools, those things are very real. The number of school choice options that in many ways compete with public schools, the growth of homes, like, those things haven't changed. And so one of the questions to really, really grapple with is, does the district have the capacity and the resources to keep the promises that they've made? Because that, again, was a sore spot as we visited campuses where folks were saying, we were promised X, Y, and Z, but we actually didn't receive any of that. And we actually lost resources when we thought we would be gaining them. The final slide is the recommendation slide. If you would please go to that one. Thank you. There's a whole section on recommendations. Before I go through this list very, very quickly, I just want to note a conceptual model sort of emerged as we were visiting schools, trying to grapple with this question around, like, how much can a school, like, handle when you're trying to absorb all of these changes? And so there are kind of two dynamics to this. Number one, there's the change load that needs to be seriously considered. So what number of changes, like the quantity of changes that a school is being asked to make? What are the types of changes? Are they, like, high intensity? Are they low intensity? And then what are there simultaneous concurrent changes that are all happening at once? Those become sort of like this change load. On the other end, there's, like, this organizational capacity that can either help to mitigate or exacerbate the ways in which the changes are experienced. And so some of the things that emerged in the SEGC analysis were, principal leadership, the stability of the staff, the mix in the roles of personnel, what was the morale and the climate like. And so what we found is, when the change load exceeded the organizational capacity, it created significant strain at the campuses. But in places where there was a bit more stable organizational capacity, even though they were experiencing this change load, they were able to buffer against that in some more productive and generative ways. And so with that in mind, the last few things are recommendations are, one, to have very clear and strong equity commitments that are not just symbolic, but substantive, and actually inform the scenarios, the decisions that are being made. The other one is to be, really clear on decision-making criteria. As we had conversations and looked at the data, a lot of even families and folks a part of SEGC just felt like the criteria, they weren't clear, and they changed quite a bit. The other one is having access to transparent and accessible data, of having early and meaningful engagement. Again, I can't underscore this enough. making sure that there's readiness around the receiving schools that may be receiving students. That's super important. Make sure that those transition plans are durable and that they last beyond that first year, because even after that first year, there's a lot of shifts that continue to happen on the campuses. And then finally, is to track the cumulative burden on communities and understand that every community, has not experienced change in the same way. And so trying to understand over a historical arc what those impacts have been. That's all I have. Thank you. I apologize I went a bit over, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I think there'll be a good time. We have a few more slides, but I think this would be a great time to pause if there are any specific questions related to the lessons learned and the report from Dr. Green.
Thank you.
Or we can continue, and then you can formulate your questions a little bit more, and then we'll have a Q&A at the very end.
Is Dr. Green sticking around or leaving?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he'll be here.
All right, let's have a
continue?
question break, and before we continue on,
Okay.
we'll just let whoever has questions go ahead. Dr. Engelsman.
Thank you. For Dr. Green, I'm curious. I have asked this sort of question a few times and haven't yet seen an answer, and I wonder whether in your studies, if you found an answer, you talked about teacher and staff retention. What did you find about family retention after the changes? How many families did PPS lose as a result of school closure, boundary change? That's one of my main questions.
That's a phenomenal question. And so one of the things we tracked most closely in terms of displacement were around relocation of DLI programs. What we found is that families typically stayed with their program even when it relocated. There was a small exodus of families, and the families that tended to exit were predominantly English-speaking families, but it was a minimal amount. This goes back to the literature, which we don't have a lot of empirical basis on it. We have more editorial basis on it, but oftentimes there are threats that are made that, if you close my school or if you change this, we're exiting and we're leaving. And, there's the little empirical research that would suggest that. But looking at the data here from Portland, families tended to typically stay even when their program got relocated to another school. That being said, this also needs to be understood within two contextual points. One is that this all still unfolded in a context of declining enrollment, right? So there's a difference, I think, between rebalancing and reversing, and those are two different conversations. The other part is that there are often, very commonly in districts all across the country, threats made by families who are more politically connected. I mean, I've seen lawsuits, I've seen the entire gamut. But empirically, I'm not sure how much of that actually leads to people leaving. And again, yes, there were families who left, but the families who left, and I can get you the specific numbers we have in there, it was pretty small in terms of the families that left.
Thank you. That's helpful. Another question, sort of to follow up on Director Splitt's question. In my neighborhood, there is a school that is entirely DLI, and I think the answer to this is going to make me sleep better. Across the street in two locations, there are homes that display signs for schools that are over a mile away. And so I've asked questions like, are those families now having to get on a bus or transport their kids a mile plus away because they didn't get into the school that's literally across the street from their home? So I think Director Splitt was asking about, does every single neighborhood school child have the option to get into that DLI that is their otherwise neighborhood school or not? Did I articulate that well enough?
Yep, I'll defer back to Margaret and her response. Margaret, what you want to?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. There are a couple of ways that so when we have whole school DLI that are tied to a neighborhood, entry point is at kindergarten, right? So part of what happened in SEGC it was the changes were made mid-elementary experience is one thing. And two is that there was a conversion. So this is a two-part process. So there was a conversion from a K-8 to a K-5 was part of it, was phase one, and then there was the transition to a whole school DLI. So there are two places that we have. This is a whole school Spanish DLI. And so we have another one in Northeast Portland that's similar. And the nature of it is that you have, for families that live in the neighborhood, there's a choice about are you going to go into that, and if not, then you go to a partner neighborhood school. So I think so that's one piece. Now for Mandarin, that's for Spanish. For Mandarin, there's not whole school Mandarin. There is whole school Japanese in Southeast as well, but that's a complete lottery process. So there are the DLI entry points, and sort of the structures of DLI vary based on the language. And then what we have for Spanish in particular is a regional model. So it combines sort of a lottery piece with a neighborhood piece for the families that are engaging.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm going to sleep better, but I think I understand it better. So a kid who lives across from an entirely lottery-based school who could enter at kindergarten may not get to enter at kindergarten, even though they could throw a stone to that school.
True. For full lottery schools. That is true.
Okay. And why do we have a different process? Like, why is Spanish open to the neighborhood and also lottery, but why do we do it like that? Why don't we just let everyone in who wants to get in to that other school?
So part of what part of what has surfaced in this discussion and in this review is that we have, for our dual language immersion schools and programs across the district, they have evolved over time in a variety of ways. And so what is unique about Spanish is that it's offered in every region in the city. We have whole district-wide DLI programs that are linguistically specific. So Japanese is a district-wide DLI program, where Spanish is regionalized. Vietnamese and Russian are also district-wide. So there's a difference in structure. There is an opportunity for, as we're looking through this, how do we align and make clear some of those pathways. What I do think came through from the discussion in Southeast Guiding Coalition was the coherence of building strong pathways, K-12 pathways, led to some improvements for students. And so we see one of the pieces is the consolidation of Spanish DLI at middle school to Kellogg, for example, was one of the pieces that came through as that's part of the coherence that we see in the DLI growing over time.
I have a question for Dr. Green. Really, I guess I have my own hypothesis, so I'm guessing if it's correct or not. But I'm really interested in the statements about how one of the factors that determine success or help contribute to success was when populations are moved into schools that are strong, or have strong supports or stable leaderships and that. Things like that. And I guess I have my own, I'm wondering if that's, I wonder if it also applies, I mean, I have my own guesses, but also applies the other way, like if you have staff moving in from, strong staff, for example, moving from one school into a school that may not have as stable, staffing or leadership, whatnot, if that also has an effect, or is that just is negated by other factors? Does that make sense?
That's a great question. So I'll start the way you mentioned first, because we have more empirical research on that. All right. So we know empirically, if a school consolidates or closes, for students to have better academic outcomes and experience, they need to go to a school that is comparable academically and culturally or greater. Oftentimes what ends up happening, because of geography, the history of racism in place, segregation, the lingering impacts of that, we often students don't actually go to schools that are comparable or air quotes better than the one they've come from. And so that has been pretty clear in the literature around where students actually go. Another part in the literature in terms of where they go, which is important to note, is the idea of spillover effects. So there are a couple of studies, one in Michigan, one in New York, and one in Chicago, and maybe a handful of studies that would suggest that there also could be some impact on the students who are already in the receiving school, even if the receiving school is comparable or academically better. The piece that helps to mold that is the leadership and the culture and acclimating people into that new environment. And so those things are extremely pivotal to make sure that the receiving schools are, in the best sense possible, ready for the shifts and the changes. To your question around what if you have, strong teachers and they go into another environment that may not be as comparable to where they left. We have less empirical research on that, but what I can say, at least from the SEGC analysis, is that there were cases where that happened, but folks felt like they could not put together the school-wide continuity because of cultural dynamics and leadership dynamics. So at least what's emerging here from this data, that it's not enough to just have strong teachers in a new school setting. It is having the proper organizational climate to help facilitate the coherence that's needed for those individual strong teachers to make a collectively strong, intellectually robust, and equitable school. Does that help at all?
Oh, yes, very much. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Dr. Green, in your opinion, I heard you mention that there might be recommendations on this later, but what would sufficient support look like for educators and the school community in making this transition?
That's a great question. So I think there's a whole section in the report where we kind of write a bit about that, but a number of things that I think are important that emerge for folks. Number one is having very clear transition plans. So folks know where they're going, teachers, know where they're going to be assigned, having a clear and equitable system of how that all unfolds, families having access to information, that is a dialogue where they submit something, they get information back. So the transition part is very important for both the staff, the leader, the families, but also for the students. I think another part of that transition plan that emerged here, but that also emerges in some work out of Chicago, is that there is, if a school is closed, there is what one scholar calls, these are very real people with very real lived experiences that are grieving a communal loss. And so I think acknowledging that and embracing that and not just circumventing that is very much so needed in a healthy transition plan. When you actually get to the school, what the emerging research is supporting is that you need at least about 3 years of intensive support. What often happens in districts is that they kind of go in that first year and they start to pull things back. Again, you got limited resources, so I'm not oblivious to that reality. They start to pull back years 2, year 3. Most districts actually stop looking at what the impacts are. So once you get into the new school, there has to be support for the leader in terms of bringing together 2 schools or people from multiple schools. I think that's one thing. The other thing is like the educational continuity. You got students with IEPs and you got students that have a diversity of needs and being clear on what those needs are. The other part that came up often was that people in the new school need actual time to actually prepare and to co-plan and to understand the young people that they are working with. The other part of that is having actual indicators that are real time to let you know what's actually happening in the school, right? Oftentimes, districts rely on very lagging indicators, and those lagging indicators are not responsive to the real-time changes of how people are experiencing, what the needs of the teachers are, what the needs of the leaders are. So having some type of system that can monitor how well things are going so that you can make, mid-course changes if needed. Those are some of the initial things that kind of come to mind that we write about in the report that helps with a healthy transition to the receiving schools that accounts for, again, for the students, for the families and caregivers, for the teachers and staff, but also for the leaders who are leading those campuses.
Hi, Dr. Green. Thank you. I have a question about other successful districts. You mentioned, I think, Michigan, New York, and Chicago, but are there other examples in your research of districts that have done this process well? That's one of my questions. One of my other questions had to do with a number that just stuck out to me. A number of students that were interviewed, their records were looked at. I don't know if this was in the methods section or maybe summary of findings, but it was 51,983. I was just curious about that number because it's higher than our enrollment. And then the other thing is just a comment, and so much of the process improvements are in our control. So I think that's a positive that came out of the report for me, is that we can control some of the process improvements. So thank you. But yeah, successful districts that have specifically for focal students, where the outcomes have been positive for our focal students.
Yeah, so in terms of like positive outcomes, one of the unfortunate things is that many districts actually don't track it long term. And so districts often don't have any receipts to show for the changes that have been made. So none come to mind initially that have tracked it over time to see how things are going, which is why, I'm commending you all for pausing, reflecting, looking back on SEGC before you move forward. So you should be significantly commended for that. In terms of districts that, I guess who have done it successfully, I think you could take bits and pieces from different districts. And they all had varying outcomes. Some of them didn't even, schools closed, schools didn't close, some merged, some didn't merge. In terms of on the front end, in terms of engaging community in very equitable ways, linguistically diverse ways, I thought San Francisco did that very well. They were engaging over and beyond with folks in some very meaningful ways. So I would point to them as probably a place where you can learn in terms of the pre-part where you're just engaging. I think both San Antonio and Philadelphia, I would highlight them in terms of the transition. I highlight Philadelphia because they've created an Office of School Transition that actually sits in the office of the superintendent and reports directly to the superintendent's chief of staff. And it's almost like a one-stop type of shop for all the transitions, the questions, the relocations, the assignments, where are there vacancies, what professional development is needed. So I think that it hadn't unfolded yet, but it is in the works and it's already been established. I think San Antonio did a pretty good job in terms of, they called it blending the familia, where a school was consolidated or a school was closed, and they tried to invest in the rituals, having times for families to meet, having community events, having time and space for folks to plan, to get to know each other. So I will point to them in terms of like the transition space. In terms of your other question around the 51,000, that's looking at students over the 5 years, students who may have left, may have been here across over those years. So it wasn't at any one point in time like 51,000. We looked at 51,000 over the whole course of that 5 years as folks were moving in and out. And then your last question was around the things that are in your control. And I'm not sure if that was a question or more of a statement.
It was just a comment that I got from reading your report, is that so much of the process improvements are actually in our control. They're not outside of our control. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Green. Really appreciate this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry about
Thank you. I wanted to, on on page 14 of the report. First of all, this is incredible. Thank you for producing, it was so much detail, read the entire thing. One of the things that really jumped out at me was the impact on staff of color. And on page 14 of the report, it discusses that a higher level left their schools, but this was in large part due to relocation of DLI, but also that staff of color left the district at elevated rates, and that the implementation did produce a real loss of staff of color. It doesn't necessarily say why that would be. I can't tell if it's because were there staff reductions that impacted staff of color because they are generally younger, and we have to deal with with seniority in our PAT contracts. Was that part of it? Like what drove that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and actually still, I'll back up. Two parts to that. So there is research that suggests, and there are a handful of studies, and we often look to Chicago just because they closed 50 schools all at once, and then the University of Chicago did an analysis several years later that was pretty detailed. So there are a couple things we know, and I'll go to your staff of color question. One is that we do know, at least with the burgeoning research that's out there, that closures and consolidations actually lead or contribute to, I won't say causal, but it contributes to teachers who are more veteran towards the end of their careers retiring. So that has been something that emerges. We have seen an exodus. There's a study in New York. There was a considerable exodus of teachers of color, in part because when the schools consolidated, the demographics of the students significantly shifted. And many of them wanted to work directly with students of color, right? And so they left to go work in other districts where there were more students of color. But what we actually find in the empirical literature nationally is that people leave or switch schools more than they actually leave the profession altogether, unless, again, like more veteran teachers. In terms of the finding that you're referencing on page 14, so a lot of that we looked at the administrative data to look at, unassignments, folks who left. One of the empirical wonderings we have, because the sample size of staff and teachers of color that we got to talk to was so small, we could not develop any empirical substantive rationales for the why that was occurring. And so we didn't want to write about our conjecture when we couldn't root it in any empirical findings. So I don't know empirically why that's happening, because the sample size of teachers of color that we actually got to talk to was smaller than the administrative data of teachers of color over that 5-year period.
Well, you just answered my follow-up question, was about the sample size and was it statistically significant? So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Yep, go ahead.
I just have one quick follow-up question on something that someone else asked and that you talked about, San Antonio doing a good job of, and the morning of happens when a school closes. Do you have an opinion on, or I didn't see anything in here about a healthy notice period? Like, how long is a good amount of time to give families and staff and communities, and what is too short? Which is something that we did here in these feedback sessions about. It's not actually X amount of time, it's much shorter because half of that is summertime. So do you have an opinion, or does the research suggest something?
So that's another phenomenal question. We're literally writing a paper about this, trying to understand what's happening here. One of the things that I can say that was really very evident and clear in the SEGC data was that folks felt like that process was prolonged and much longer than it needed to be. And so folks were like, talk about the trade-offs, let's make a decisions, provide the supports, but we don't need a whole another year, a 2-year process to go through something and you're continuing to prolong it. So we don't have a firm empirical finding around what that is, but the only thing I can reference is what people overwhelmingly said about that process was too long. And again, it coincided with COVID and the intention of, aiming to be collaborative and participatory, but folks just felt like it was just drawn out significantly longer than it needed to be.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Green. Can we move to the next slide, please? And I just want to express I think on behalf of all of us, just immense appreciation of Dr. Green. I think one of the things that we committed to at the very beginning of this process is a lessons learned piece with our most recent enrollment balancing endeavor. And so our next piece, and we'll move through these because I know we're on a time crunch, is to talk on a high level some of the specific actions that we're employing based on the report from Dr. Green and the lessons learned. So this is just, I don't know if you've actually seen this, but this is our project governance model that we are going to be utilizing as we push through the conversation around right sizing. So we all know that all of you are going to be ultimately making the decision on the recommendation from Dr. Armstrong. So there are a couple few entry points that will provide information continuously to Dr. Armstrong. The first is the steering committee, which is comprised of the chiefs. And so the chiefs will work primarily around strategy, making sure there's distinct alignment across all the departments with a consistent feedback loop to Dr. Armstrong. On top of that, we have an enrollment advisory committee, which is comprised of members from all of our union groups, and that includes building principals, and that is will be facilitated by Margaret, Dr. Adams, and also Dr. Cardona, our chief of schools. And so that is another entry point or feedback opportunity around any level of enrollment projection, boundary adjustment, those particular types of pieces. We also have a interdisciplinary core project team, which is, again, across the entire facet of the organization from a department perspective. We have reps from, again, all over, from facilities and ops, from obviously schools, FACE, and that is a distinct, and they work to kind of steer the 4 groups there that you see that are hard at work already, and that's around data and modeling, academics and activities, communication and engagement, and operations. So just wanted to tie it all into one, hopefully very, that you could see how tangible this piece is, trying to streamline it. It's a very complex process, but just wanted to give you an idea of what this actually looks like. Next slide, please.
So, good evening. Thanks for having us this evening. I am going to cut to the chase on what are we doing with this information as we move forward. So one of the big pieces that we have done is we are working to talk about what well-resourced school indicators look like. It's also tied to the guiding principles. We've used the work from Dr. Green and her team to think about what does that look like? What are the things we want all students to access across the system? The other pieces up here you can read around data visualization, community engagement plans, and feedback loops, that we're aligning the scenarios with key performance indicators similar to what we did with Jefferson is Rising, and we will share those previous to the scenarios. Probably the biggest thing that you've heard tonight is that we're really working to develop the last 2 bullets here around receiving school readiness and identifying what does that look like. The idea is to differentiate support as we go through, and then finally, just as we go over a number of years, the language that was used was durable support that will provide opportunities for regular check-ins, not only up to the decision, but then over a number of years post-decision as we go through. Yeah, go ahead, Roseanne.
Next slide, please.
Thank you. We talked about the equity analysis. One of the things that came from this, it's tied very closely with our equity lens that we use. One of the big pieces that I would just want to highlight is the regular checkpoints, or the gray box in the lower left, is that we are using the opportunity to stop with our teams, do an equity checkpoint. We're going to share out that information as we go through. We're in the midst of completing the first round of those, and those should be completed by mid-August. Next slide, Roseanne, please. The last piece I just want to share is, as we go through and we think about the pieces that Dr. Green has said, the slide that has, he poses a series of questions. Are the decisions we are going to make, or we ask you, the recommendations to bring forward for you to make, going to provide stronger and more equitable learning environments for our students? We also have to have a deep understanding of where we are right now and where we are going if we don't make any changes. So part of what you're seeing here, we used the quality education model just as a reference point. Right now, less than 1 in 3 of our elementaries are at an enrollment that would be sustaining of an academic program that would meet the descriptions in the quality education model. When we project that out 5 years, it means it's less than 1 in 5. When we look at K-8s, right now it's about 1 in 4 are meeting that, or in that realm. And we project that out. We will see that we will have the schools that are in the ribbon graph, the blue and the green, will have by 2031-32, there'll be 2. So part of what we're seeing up here with this is the change over time. If we go to the next slide, please, Roseanne. What we know and enrollment is not the sole determinant, right? It is one factor that we're going to use, but it is a driving factor in how we can sustain the amount of resources we have or the number of sites that we have. What we've seen up to this point is the changes in enrollment have come through the elementaries. Almost everything in the declining enrollment has been accounted. 86% of the declining enrollment we've seen to date is in K-5. What we're going to see in the next 2 years is going to be in middle grades. So what you'll see up here right now, 40% of our middle schools, which is 2 and 5, are at a place we are seeing sustainable programming. In 2 years, in that drop, there's a steep drop between 2027, 28, and 28, 29. We're going to see the leading edge of this enrollment decline is going to hit middle schools in the next 2 years. So some of what we're looking at and what we're wrestling with are historical pieces and what we're about to see. And so in comparing this to the last piece here about high schools, when we look at what happened with Jefferson sunsetting dual assignment, we've put the high schools on a different path. And the decision that you made has said that we're moving high schools towards 100% being at or above what the enrollment thresholds were to maintain academic programming. So that there's this stark contrast between sort of where we are in the elementary, middle grades and where we are in high school. So as we move forward, we'll go back to Dr. Green's question, which is, are we making decisions that will allow us to provide strong schools across our system everywhere in the city that are then going to be able to be stable through enrollment fluctuations that we're expecting over the next few years. So we hope that what we will bring forward with you is, clear decision-making criteria and also an acknowledgement of the reality of what we'll be facing as a district.
That concludes our presentation. We have time for questions, or I don't know if we have time.
Yeah, well, we actually can have time. It's your meeting. I do want to acknowledge that we are at time, and so if I assume you all are interested in expanding the allotted time to ask questions, so we're happy to move at your direction.
I have one really straightforward question. Why were all Southeast schools not considered?
As far as the scope, yes. I would have to go back and look at what
for SEGC, for the whole, that was, that's the frustration we're hearing from the public. that certain schools weren't impacted. Why was that decision made?
Chair Wong was on the SCGC piece and probably can speak
I
more.
almost asked him directly.
Yes, but
I had some feelings.
Yep,
I
go
believe
ahead.
it was the February 2021 board meeting. It was, it's actually before my time. I came on the SU. By the way, thank you, Dr. Green, for including me in one of the focus groups. I had fun sharing. I'm sad that one of my quotes did not make it to the report. What I understood, so I came on the SCGC after that decision was made. But one of the arguments that was being presented was that there was a lack of capacity to take the entire Southeast. Again, this is a long time ago, so my memory is a little holy on that. With holes, sorry. And there was a decision during a board meeting, and I don't remember anything more than that.
We can get more information on that directly with the board. I think it's the scope. There were two. SCGC ended up in two phases. One was really around the opening of Kellogg Middle School, and there were changes. Then there was a second phase of it. And the scope was adjusted. I don't know the details off the top of my head, but I'm happy to gather them as well.
But I would say, but it speaks to, right, if you take this as a lesson learned, it speaks to the narrative that then existed or came about through that, is that some of the loudest, most vocal voices got their way, so to speak. Even if that wasn't the intent, that was the narrative. And so when we are thinking about this process moving forward, that is something that we really have to be very mindful about. And so I think the notion of us coming to you with a more distinct, comprehensive plan, enveloping the entire district, I think speaks to moving on that lesson learned.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to make. Was it a narrative or was it actually true?
Yeah. And so that's what we need to follow up on. And that was before myself as well. So that's something we could provide a little bit more perspective on.
I do know people that do remember, so I'll ask and I'll relay that information.
Thank you for all of this presentation. The slide that you had when you were looking at over the next 5 years, how many are going to be within the QEM? What are they calling them? Prototypes. Can you pull that back up, that slide, or is that going to take a little while? Anyway, yeah, I have so much stuff open. I think for me, the one thing about that slide is I would like to hear a commitment that the district, are going to follow all of the QEM suggestions or prototypes. And specifically, I mean, I'm looking at page 144, I think, of Dr. Green's report. It's one thing to say that we need, maybe we should have a school of 450, but then we also have to say, if we're having a school of 450, we should have 20, 25 students per class. And that seems to be something that the district just doesn't get behind. But like we say, let's make sure we have the certain number of kids in each school without following through and saying, we should make sure we have a certain number of kids in each class, which appears to also be the QEM prototype. And by that I mean, at the QEM elementary prototype of 360 students, that equals approximately 60 students per grade, or 3 classrooms per grade of 20 per class. I can tell you, I know a lot of schools where 60 students per grade means 2 classes of 30. Mm-hmm. And so I think we have to make sure we're not being disingenuous, that we are following prototypes throughout. And if the prototype says this many students and this many per classroom, then we have to also, and so then my question is, do we end up saving anything if we're following through with what we know is smaller classes are sometimes better?
I appreciate the comment, and I will say that I appreciate the research. Thank you, Dr. Green and team. I know there's more questions, but I also want to say that what we're excited about is that within weeks, we will be back discussing what the different scenarios and just the makeup of what it is that's coming up. And when we look back on research and what our data is is showing. And so that will be the next discussion point where you all are able to look at how some of those scenarios are playing out and give some input and feedback as we prepare for public discussion. And then after that, once we apply it and look at exceptions, then we'll be able to say, okay, who are we talking about in terms of names of schools? And so that plays right into the process. And the only other thing I wanted to say is that it's not that we don't get behind smaller class sizes. It means that we just, in our current structure, can't afford it. Yeah.
I think that one piece that I would just like to highlight with this is that there's going to be tensions as we go through this process. And I think that part of what when we talk about prototype schools, or we look at sort of what some of the thresholds are, or the size of schools, what we also want to make sure is that we are being very clear about what our capacity is as a district, what our financial situation is, has some of that, as well as what are some of the, we have to balance all of the above. So QEM is one marker. We've used different thresholds when we've done other pieces, but the reality is that we're going to share why we're going to share the rationale behind it, and then sort of it's also part of tied to what we're describing as well-resourced schools. And can we get closer to those across the system? What we have right now is disparate situations across our system right now, and so can we get closer to those things? Will be some of the pieces that we'll bring forward with some explicit descriptors for you.
All right. Thank you for spending all this time and answering our questions and presenting this report. It's been very helpful, and I'm excited for the next steps. Thank you, Dr. Green. Hopefully we can get you in bed in time. I think you're coming from a different time zone, right? So thanks for hanging us without us so late. And
thanks, Dr. Green.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, wait, I've never introduced, I just start talking about my resolution?
Yes. So, well, you can introduce it, and then you would have to put it on the table.
I just don't know how to introduce it, so I'm just gonna
just
fly
talk
by
about
the seat of my pants. Okay, so in my introduction of my resolution, it will sort of be some history on this. So a year ago, almost a year ago, I learned about this issue for a tiny group of students at Creston Elementary School who move into middle school. And I learned about it in August of last year. I was sitting.
Can you define tiny for me? Because are we talking
It's
like
about
5
10.
kids? Okay, 10,
It's
10
very small.
total students.
Yes, per year.
Okay, per year. Okay,
So,
weird.
Yep. I don't know how to introduce it. I have a resolution. It's not numbered anything, but I called it Sports for Creston Elementary Graduates Attending Hosford Middle School because, and it's under the SEGC because it is a direct result of some of the SEGC work done. Where did my email go? There it is. Okay. Okay, so it's a direct result of the SEGC. What happened whenever SEGC was happening was Creston was a K through 8. And there were conversations about leaving it as a K through 8, and then Creston ended up being moved to a K through 5. In the process of deciding where Creston kids would go, now that they're just in elementary school, some of them, most of them, go to Kellogg. But in the projections, which I believe ended up being inaccurate, but the projections of Kellogg said it's actually going to be too big if all of Creston goes to Kellogg. And so this small sliver of Creston kids who happen to live on this side of some street will go to Hosford Middle School. And it is approximately 10 kids per year. So in a school of about 500, Hosford, there are about 30 total who are affected by what I'm bringing up. My kids are not one of these. I when I first started hearing about it, there was an email that came out from the principal saying, sports stuff, you can sign up, but if you are from Creston, you can't play for Cleveland, you have to play for Franklin. And sort of like all chaos broke loose, because for a couple of years post SEGC, I've confirmed that kids who are coming from Creston were permitted to play Cleveland with their friends who they went to school with. That is no longer the case. During SEGC, when Creston was a K-8, turned K-5, and then they were told, some of you will go to Kellogg, some of you will go to Hosford, and this is why it's SEGC related. The promises that were made to the Creston community were, by the time your kids get through Hosford, we will have adjusted the boundaries for high school, and there will no longer be this weird anomaly. It is the only elementary school, neighborhood school, where a cluster of kids who go together K through 5 are then split and sent to different middle schools to then meet new friends and go through puberty and adolescence and all those hard times with new people, to then move to high school and then again split back to a different high school. So these Creston kids are being split twice. And in the splitting of these kids in 5th grade to different middle schools, the kids who go to Hosford are not permitted to play sports with the very friends that they do band and PE and social sciences and health with. They have to go home and then go to another middle school to play for a Franklin High School team with kids they don't know and kids they don't go to school with. Yes.
I'm so confused because wouldn't their Creston friends that ended up going to Kellogg be there with them?
Only if they're playing the same sport.
Okay.
So yes, in the event that a kid who goes to Hosford is lucky enough to have their friend do the same sport, yes, but that doesn't often happen. And there's cross country, there's volleyball in the fall, so kids don't all do the same sports. And also there are sometimes different teams for each sport. So basketball may have an A and a B team, and so they don't get that same option.
Wouldn't that be true, though? Thank you. Wouldn't that be true in any case? I mean, if they were playing for a Cleveland team, there's still no guarantee that their same friends are going to play those sports or that they're going to end up on the same team.
No, but every kid who is on their team, they will see at school the next day, which is not the option for Creston kids. They don't see any of the kids that they're on the team with at school the next day. They don't see them at school the day before practice.
But they see them at practice and at games.
Yeah, if they go, yeah.
And they might know them from elementary school, and they'll encounter them again in high school.
Potentially. They will encounter them again in high school. That's assuming that 3 years kids remain friends.
Will they be playing sports with them in high school, assuming they all continue
Not
playing
necessarily,
sports?
because kids move. Kids come in from private schools. They go out to private schools. They lottery into different schools. I've got 2 kids in
But
my
again,
neighborhood.
isn't that the same? I mean, you can say that for kids.
Can
that
I
are
just
going to
please
the same
finish?
school.
Yeah.
Let's I just want to go back. Let you finish introducing it. We'll put it. If someone will move, if it's put on the table, it's put on the table. We'll discuss it then.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you.
Wait, so am I introducing? I'm just going to introduce it now. And then I would like to keep, or do you want me to keep discussing it now?
If there's more stuff you want. Sorry.
Yeah,
If there's
so
more
let me
stuff you wanna
just
share,
let me
go.
just say this. I moved at the end of 7th grade, at the end of 8th grade, and at the end of 9th grade. Very similar times to these kids in Creston. And I will tell you that one of the saving graces for my ability to meet people and to feel comfortable going into a room of people I didn't know, which is very hard even for those of us sitting up here as adults, let alone being 11. One of the saving graces for me was that I got to play sports with the kids that I was trying to be friends with and I was in school with during the day. I got to do soccer and track and field and whatever else it was, and I would leave a classroom and I would go to the field, and then I would go home and I would wave bye, and then I would come back the next day and I would see the same faces that I had just seen on the practice field the night before, and it helped me grow relationships and to feel cemented in that school community. And I will say that without the sporting opportunities, I just don't know if I would have felt as cemented in the new school. And for these kids, and again, this is an anomaly, there is nowhere else that we take kids out of their cohort, put them in a new middle school, which is an opportunity to either make it or break it, frankly. Are you going to feel comfortable where you are? Are you going to feel like part of this community? Are you going to meet people and make friends with people? Or are you going to have to go home or get on a bus and go across town and go to a different school and maybe know some of the kids that you play on the team with, and then go back home and not see them until practice 2 or 3 days later? That is a very different relationship building opportunity, or lack thereof, for 11 and 12-year-olds than giving them the chance to see people every single day. And this is not a problem that is district-wide. It's not a problem that is even 1% of Hosford, let alone 1% of our entire district. Let's see. The fix that I'm proposing is entirely temporary. I'm not asking this to be long-term. I'm just asking for the school year of 26 to 27 that the Creston kids, whose boundary I've had confirmed is going to be amended as part of this right-sizing process. And so the problem will be moot. It will no longer exist a year from now because we will finally have fixed the boundary issues that were created in SEGC for this tiny, tiny group of kids. And allowing these kids to say which school they would like to, quote, play for in 6th grade takes away the fact that last year I talked to parents whose kids were, and most of them are girls, and the research is shocking at how steep the drop-off is for girls in sports as compared to boys in sports. Talking to girls who were crying because they couldn't play sports with the kids that they were in class with that very day, and would see the next day and would become a team with. The PE teachers at Hosford are the coaches, and so they see them in class and then they want to have them be their coach, but they don't have that opportunity. So it's this tiny little sliver of kids.
I think
Yeah.
we need to put it on the table
Yes.
before we
So-
advocate for it.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, I want to ask legal, should we have staff present first and then vote on if we're putting it on the table, or put it on the table first?
I think you should put it on the table and then invite public comment if there is any, and allow the staff, and then the order would be go back to you all.
Got it. Thank you. I just want to also note the Engelsman draft resolution is posted on board books, so it's there if you want to reference it. So do we have a motion to put this on the table?
So moved.
Thank you. Director LaForte moves. Second?
Can I second my own?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Director Engelsman seconds it. All right, it is on the table. Is there public comment for this? No. All right. I'll hand it to staff to talk about it, and then we'll move to questions after.
Yeah, thank you. And so I also have, again, John Franco, Senior Chief of Operations. With me is Senior Director of Athletics, Marshall Haskins. So there's a few points that I do want to touch on regarding this. And I literally just saw this piece. And so if I would like to make a request, is that we have this conversation and that potentially you hold a vote so that we could examine impacts at a future time, because I literally just got it. But I want to highlight a few things, and Marshall can talk a little bit more specifically. First, around the piece around Creston and SEGC, there was no commitment in regards to a boundary level adjustment in regards to that. I had Margaret Calvert take a look at that piece because I wanted to make sure that that was the case. And I also want to touch on a few points here, is that our middle school program is pretty distinct to PPS, meaning we do not have this replicated across the state. And so we are very fortunate, right, that we're able to figure out opportunities to fund it the way we do fund it, but we cannot fund it teams at every single middle school. Hence why we moved to this model. I think there's two pieces on why we moved. Number one, we couldn't fund it completely for every middle school. And number two, there was a big push from high school principals around increasing participation. This is not about winning. It is about increasing participation rates for all of our kids at the high school level.
Dr. Franco, I do not mean to cut you off. Can you explain what I know you're referencing the cluster model from middle school sports. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so and I can let Marshall chime in, but it is organized according to high schools, right? And so that's where you have like a Hosford, who ultimately is Franklin and Cleveland. And so the idea is they're not necessarily wouldn't play for a quote-unquote Hosford team. They would play for either their Franklin or their Cleveland team. We would run into the same thing we have, unfortunately, right now. And I agree with Director Engelsman. There are things through this right-sizing process that we are going to hopefully remedy to a certain extent. And that includes this notion of we do have split feeders, right? That's the reality. So if you're talking about potentially, even temporarily, I want you to understand what the potential impacts could be. There's intent and then there's impact. The impact to communities like a Tubman, the impact to communities like a Lane, the impact to communities like a Beaumont, right? Who are currently in split feeders. Okay, so those are things that we have to consider. Even though you say it's a temporary piece, the impact could be long lasting. And it speaks to, again, I just want to say this because this, you don't say anything, you don't. Okay, and we're very cognizant about that piece. And something is, I get it. I totally get this piece. I'm an educator at heart. We all are. And I know it's hard overarchingly to listen to and to hear and not want to do something, but I just want us to be mindful about that piece. And I'm sorry I took your airtime, Marshall.
You did great. Maybe
okay.
Just keep going. Go ahead.
Can I ask one quick question about the split feeder, which you mentioned? So this situation, would you agree that it is different than the true split feeders that you referenced, in that those split feeders at Tubman, at Lane, at Beaumont, those kids stay together, right? They don't split at 5th grade. They stay in 5th grade and go to middle school together and then go to high school together, right? Do you acknowledge that there is a difference in that?
I think there's a nuance for sure.
Yeah, so these kids are there isn't another situation where we divide an elementary school, send them to middle school. We usually try to, and
we do have situations.
Go ahead. A couple things. Thank you guys for having me here to be able to speak to this. And while I do sympathize with a couple students, we have hundreds and probably thousands of students who are in duals or split feeders who have this situation. We also have kids that are at MOC or Da Vinci who have to go back and play at their neighborhood schools, right? So even though I'm at Da Vinci and I live by Roosevelt, I have to go back to Roosevelt and play because that's where I'm going to go to high school, right? So it's not just this small group. It's across our system. And hopefully, as you guys look at the redistricting, you will move to a more pure middle school, so that makes it easier for everyone. As it relates to my opinion about this specifically, when I just think about sitting here and watching the board years ago decide that Jefferson was going to go from a regular school to 300, but then they turn around and they're upset because Jefferson doesn't have enough kids to have a soccer program or whatever. And now the grandparents are like, we don't want to go there because you don't have the stuff. It was decisions like this that got us there that made sense at the time. I'm sure they made sense. When we took Benson from 12 or 1,300 down to 600, and we didn't have football, or we had football when we had 12 kids and girls came out to try to have enough to fill their team, and then they were so bad that we suspended the season and didn't have it for 5 years until we reopened it to a larger number, because we made decisions that were based on, well, this sounds good right now, but what does it really mean? So I challenge us to fix the system, but while we're here, not to create more inequities across our system. Because a couple kids, and I don't know who the kids are, she said that there's potential of 10. There's a couple assumptions that are being made. A, all 10 of those kids want to play. B, all 10 of those kids will make the team, because we don't have a Hosford team. We actually have a cluster team where they try out. So kids from Hosford try out with kids from, what's the other middle school over there? It's dropping me. Selwood, and they try out, and then they make the teams between those two schools, and there's 12 girls on each team, so it could be 6 Hosford kids and 6 Selwood kids, or 9 and 3 or whatever. So there's no way to know that they'll make the team, or they would even be on the same team if they are in the same grade, because coaches pick teams, and we don't do it by what middle school you're in, and we do that intentionally because it's about the feeder to the high school. The other thing is, if we are saying that this is the feeder and you're going to go to Franklin, then what happens is when you get to Franklin, now you're like, I don't know any of the kids at Franklin because that's where I'm going to go to high school. I'm going to play with them until they get to high school. But I also don't get to be in the vertical articulation that we have. Our middle school program is unique because we went out and we surveyed the state of Oregon and state of Washington, and we said, what makes a good high school program? How do you get full teams? How do you improve your catchment? How do you get kids not to transfer from your neighborhood school to go to private schools? How do you do that? And they said, you got to have middle school programs. And then they said they have to have vertical articulation. You're learning in 6th grade what they're running in high school. And you get, it's watered down, but you're learning that, and you want to have that over time so you can get better. When we split kids and we don't give them a chance to do that, we're actually causing our kids harm because we're not giving them the equal playing field as other people. Dr. Frank also spoke to the fact that very few programs in the state even have what we offer. There's none. We're the only one because we made that commitment as a district and as an athletic program to do it. We fund ourselves. So this isn't like, we're trying to figure out. We are out there literally have to raise $1.4 to $1.6 million to make this happen. And so I'm not saying that to toot a horn, but I'm saying we're invested in our model because we know our model works. I sent Dr. Franco some data for the report tomorrow, but we had an increase of about 20% in athletics last year. We also have 4,500 kids that are doing middle school sports in the model we have and the structure that we have because it works. Parents are excited about what we're doing and they speak with their feet because they're continuing to do it. We've had tremendous success. When we look at our catchment, I was sharing with Director Engelman a couple months ago just about the Grant volleyball. We had not had a team in PIL volleyball in 40 years make the Final 8. The Final 8 last year for Grant, of the 15 kids, 13 were our youth program kids that did this model that we're talking about. So we're invested in what we're doing. I think when we do any anomalies or special things like that, it only begins to do cracks into what we're doing. So I'll just stop there. Answer any other questions.
Thank you. Let's go by turns again. We'll start with Director LaForte. Do you have any questions?
Really just a couple, we'll see. I've got a couple clarifications. So comparing a school like Beaumont is not the same type of split feeder that Creston is, because we have Alameda and Rigler coming through as cohorts into Beaumont and then going back out to separate high schools. Creston is the only one, and I'm telling you, you're going to talk about Bridal Mile. There's actually 2 schools that we could find, Creston and Bridal Mile, who split.
In Harrison
Bridal
Park.
Mile splits, but they go to the same high school.
Right, exactly. Well, that's,
Or they
that's
stay
exactly my
the middle
point.
school goes, yeah.
So when Bridal Mile does split an elementary into 2 middle schools, one set goes to West Sylvan, one set goes to Gray, then they continue on to the same high schools together.
They go to different high schools.
I mean, at the same,
middle
they say, I'm being, sorry, I know.
Okay.
They go to these kids go to the same high school together. Like it goes, okay, Beaumont, West Sylvan, Lincoln. Bridal, Jesus.
I
This is
understand
why
what you're saying.
there's
I
a
understand
flow
what you're
chart
saying.
that I
No,
made in the
understand
board
what you're saying.
materials
I
because
understand
it's
what
so
you're saying.
confusing. So Bridal Mile splits half, let's call it half. I don't know if it's half or 50, 40, whatever. Some of the Bridal Mile students go to West Sylvan and then they go to Lincoln. Some of them go to Gray and then they go to Wells. Creston splits to Hosford and to Kellogg, and then those kids that go to Hosford from Creston go back over. It's weird. And it's no fault of Marshall's, it's no fault of the students, but it's odd. And I feel like we've got this group of children who are already splitting off from their elementary school peers. That's already hard, right? They're jumping in, they're making new friends at Hosford. They want to play for what they perceive as their school team. That's how kids see it. I know it's a cluster model, but they're seeing it as their school team, and they can't. They're going back over to Kellogg, away from their friends that they've made that attend, I guess it would be, I put the elementary schools on here, Grout and Abernathy, and they can't play with them. They have to go back and play with the other. So it's a mess. So
Marshall, I'm asking you, like, what is the root cause and what is the solution?
Well, we're actually making a couple kind of gross assumptions that the kids that came from Crescent are only friends with the kids at Crescent and not friends with the kids that were at the other elementary school, like Grout, right? We're also making an assumption that the kids at at Beaumont and at Beaumont that are going to McDaniel and to Grant, that none of those kids are in school together, none of those kids are friends, and they never talk. They're in silos, and they're just like this all the time. They're all friends, and they're friends for life. And athletics is just a small piece of what they do at school. They're in band together, they're in art together, they play youth soccer together that's outside of us totally. And so because of that, I do hear that, wow, this one kid wanted to play with this one kid, but the probability that that's going to happen is minuscule. I mean, it just isn't. We're also assuming that every kid that wants to go out for a team is going to be on the team. They're not. They're not going to make the team in our cluster model. The other thing that's been left out here is there is club teams, so kids go play club teams. They play park borough recreational teams, and then they play AAU. So there's 3 other total models out there that they have. At Hosford, for example, we have our PL youth program, and then they have their own thing called the Hosford Heat. I'm not the Hosford Heat, but the Heat. That's the name of their program through their son's school. So there's multiple opportunities to play. Kids are not getting opportunity. It's just that if they want this thing in the PL youth sports, you try out. It's cluster model. If you make it, great. You form a team, and those become your friends. If you don't make it, you're still friends with the other kids that are in your class. And so I think to try to minimize it, that this is the only place they can get friends or have friends to play with, that's a misnomer. That's not true.
And that's not what I said. I'm trying to figure out a way. Like, I know that there's other programs, but I want them in the PIL programs. I want them in the PPS programs because that's a program we want to grow, and you've done an incredible job of that.
Right, but everyone, I guess what I'm trying to say is, and I guess I will say this because then the board might decide they give more money to athletics, but we cut kids. I mean, we cut 40 girls who want to play volleyball because we don't have enough resources to do it, right? So if the argument was, well, wow, we want to have as many girls playing volleyball as possible and as unlimited resource, then every girl will get to play. That's just not the case. So even if we're saying Susie and Mary are at the school together and they're upset because they haven't even tried out yet. Let's start with that. One is 6'1" and one is 4'11", and they both try out. It's not even if they make the team, they might not be on the same team, but it's probably the 6'1" girl is going to make it, 4'11" girl's probably not. And then what are we going to say? Wow, we don't have enough. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you 4'11"? I'm sorry. But we're making some of those assumptions, and it's impossible to figure it out. And then the last thing I'll say, because I talked to Director Split, and I just think like when I left talking with them, I recognized that Gray and Jackson are the 2 schools in the Wells community. Jackson has, 700 kids. Double the students in Gray, they all try out together, right? And sometimes it's more Gray kids and sometimes it's more Jackson kids. And then the other kids play in the other park and recreational programs out there. That's how we've set that up to be. And that is the case in all of our clusters. There's opportunities.
Thank you. Director Slit?
Can I just correct something? Hosford is not a Sun school. Yeah, I think you mentioned they have a Sun program.
No, I say Harrison Park has Sun school.
Oh,
I use that as an
Hosford.
example
Yep,
of
yep.
saying there are other ways that kids to participate. I don't know all the Sun schools off the top of my head. And again, I think for historical perspective, which I hope you clean up, the model was created because we only had like 9 middle schools and we had 12 K-8s, and then we had the specialty schools, right? And so if we're saying, well, here are all the kids who are in Franklin cluster, how do we create teams for them to begin to get together? That's why the model was created. If we have pure middle schools, we probably would say, wow, we're going to have middle school teams, and then we're going to have select teams that would be from all the middle schools together to make sure kids have opportunity if we have resource.
Yeah, and I do want to make sure, because there are pieces and conversations around like adjusting middle school boundaries and those types of things. Like I just want to make sure we're going to be going through a process, and I don't want to make sure things get said, and that can be construed as commitments. Does that make sense?
Oh, you're not committing to me it's going to be pure middle schools?
Marshall.
All right. In the very kindest way, just a reminder to you two that we are very cognizant of our time tonight. And then moving on, I don't feel ready to make changes tonight. I'll just say that up front. And I don't really have any questions per se right now. But I do just want to say that like the slippery slope argument when we're talking about 10 kids just is a little bit like, if we do this, we'll have the same thing happen as with the Roosevelt football team or whatever. It's such a few number of kids, and giving them the choice, then you even have the kids that are probably the more serious athletes would want to stay on the high school path so that they can be better situated to go play sports at that high school like you've talked about. So I just kind of want to push back on that a little bit, just to say I think that it's just a small number of kids, and I just want to not make it a mountain out of a molehill. But I also just think that what's best for the kids, to me, as far as athletics goes, I have a really hard time saying that one thing is better than the other. And I also think it's just hard to make decisions on the fly without all the information and understanding. And I don't love being put in that position. I think you all know that I kind of have that as a principle. The only other thing that I want to say and I also moved a lot in middle school, so I sympathize, but I just feel like the fact is that these kids that went to Creston and are going to go to high school again with the Creston kids, it's like actually a great opportunity to me for them to be out of their comfort zone and making new friends that they're going to see in high school. So it's, to me, I just feel like I can't really quite get to where I'm sure and confident that whatever, it's the right thing to do to like decide. But what I do want to say before I stop talking is that I think it's really important for us to not set up a system where we have 10 kids from an elementary school in each grade going to a different middle school and then coming back to the high school. That's just silly. So let me just be on the record that I really do hope we'll take a look at that, because that just seems like such a weird thing to do to that small number of kids, and probably pretty traumatizing to them. So I'm not really that interested in solving this sports problem. I'm more interested in solving the root cause problem, which is a very small number of kids being assigned to a different middle school. And with that, I'm happy to move on to you. You seem ready to talk.
I think Director DePass and I are the only two current board members who grew up in Portland. By the way, I don't have questions, I just have thoughts, so I'm going to share those and keep it moving. But growing up in Portland and playing sports, the system was not set up this way long ago when I was a child. But I grew up going to a school outside of my neighborhood and then playing sports in my neighborhood. And what that meant for me as a child was that I had friends in all parts of the city. And as an adult who still lives here, I still know those people. And having the opportunity to play sports with lots of different kids in kids in my neighborhood, and then going to school with kids in other neighborhoods and maybe playing against them, or there weren't enough girls in girls sports, so our teams got mashed together. But all of that is to say, I have sympathy for your experience as a kid, and I don't think there's any one universal experience of being a kid, but I think as an educator, it's important that we help our kids cultivate resilience and flexibility and community and connection, and understanding that even though they go to this school right now, they're a part of a broader community. And even though your whole world when you're 12 is the middle school you go to, when you go to high school, your whole world is going to be that high school. And I think that having the opportunity to go into a new high school and already knowing people and having peers and teammates is really valuable and really an asset. And the way that we do middle school sports is different and intentional. And I think it's really important from an equity perspective. I grew up having kids that I went to school with not want to come to my neighborhood, not want to come to events in my neighborhood. And I know that there are still those biases that exist in our community. And I think that the opportunity to play sports with kids at different schools and in different contexts is a really important part of dispelling those prejudices that exist. So like Director Split said, I also don't want to vote on anything until we have kind of the big picture in front of us and can fully evaluate the pros and cons. But I also think that, we all bring our experiences to the board and they inform our positions, but really we shouldn't be making decisions based on like what our experience was when we grew up, but really like what is best for the district. And so I would like to see kind of a more robust presentation of like not more robust from you guys, but I would like to evaluate like the entire picture before we vote.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. I'll be honest, when I first saw this and heard of this issue, I was sympathetic and I thought it was something that should be fixed. But then as I sat with it more, I started feeling more and more uncomfortable for lots of little reasons started popping up. One, again, I agree that I don't like the idea that we have something that was proposed and then we don't have time to schedule time to hear the ramifications and then have a meeting first to discuss first before we have a meeting to vote. Second, the other issue I do kind of am growing, and one of the, I guess, for me growing up, and I know personal experiences, but sports is one of those things where it brings a bunch of strangers together over a common interest, and you make new friends. I mean, this is the story of my kid. It was a story of me. My kid went to school that's not big enough, so she always had to play with students from other schools and join other schools. She didn't have any school friends that were any of her sports teams. And she's, shy kid, hard time making friends, and made beautiful, wonderful new friends. And I think I wouldn't trade that experience. And she was kind of forced into that. And I get that some people are scared to move one place or another, but I also see the benefit of the other. And then fundamentally, I do have a huge issue. The biggest issue I have with this is that I think I strongly believe that the board should be responsible for looking at system-wide issues, looking at the whole system as a whole, setting policy, things that help define and structure that system. And the moment we start looking at, this, for example, I think this is a management issue. This is something that should be decided by management, by the directors, people who on the ground understand the whole situation and things like that. Because I think the moment that we start passing resolutions to make exceptions to the system is the moment we start, not all the time, but many times it can often be because of interests for people who have more access to the political figures and people in the right places. And so I worry about that because I'm not saying this is one of those, but there are many situations like this that are like that. And so I think systemically I do have an issue with that the board is making decisions on individual little situations here and there. And that I think that fundamentally doesn't sit with me. I would like to see a solution someday for the kids, and I think that the right sizing process is where we make those fixes, that we hopefully minimize or eliminate a lot of these split feeders so the kids can stay together. So yeah, that's my piece. Thank you.
I am really grateful that Vice Chair Chase Miller, you were strong enough to go to one school and play sports elsewhere, and that your kid had you involved, and that you can enroll her in club sports, which costs money that PIL doesn't. And that I was frankly strong enough to get out of bed and go to school. But the stories that I'm hearing are that there are little kids who are not strong enough and are dropping out of sports as a result of this weird split feeder that is a true anomaly in our district. There's no other school that does this to kids. And if we are truly wanting to be inclusive and make sure that we are breaking down barriers for students, then that should be all the students. And if we're losing one student because she's too nervous to go to a different middle school with kids that she doesn't know and play volleyball or run cross country, which is a no-cut sport. So literally every kid at Hosford who wants to run cross country gets to run cross country. There's no cuts. Track and field in the spring, every kid who's there gets to run track and field. There's no cuts. So this isn't a situation where, so I want to correct that a little bit. This isn't a situation where the kid might get cut after all. They're going to get to run with their friends. And so I'm trying to correct for that slim margin of students who are not strong enough to go to a brand new school with a brand new bunch of kids and try a new sport or try a sport they liked. And I think it's important when for the board to think about these kinds of things and to get involved when the district is putting up an obstacle for a kid otherwise. So I appreciate, I would also like to have more time. I got back, started looking at the materials, saw the SCGC was on. I saw that Friday evening, and so I thought this was a great place to slip this in. But I always want people to have time to present, to think about it, to look through it. And so I guess I would propose that we take this up at another meeting very soon. I will say that it becomes entirely moot if we don't do it before the 14th, because that's when tryouts are. And if we don't decide this, then kids will again not have the opportunity to maybe play with their friends at school. So I guess I would ask for, like we did with the band director stuff, I guess I would ask for us to find an hour sometime next week, and everyone can research it, look into it, ask questions, think about it, and then have a vote if we don't want to do it today.
Are you making a motion to postpone the vote for a later meeting?
I guess so. I was listening to other board members who said they weren't ready to make a decision today, and so I'm saying I would like to accommodate that because I want to make sure we have time to.
I think my preference would be that as a board, we figure out how to navigate in a way where we're giving each other more time. That said, I mean, I'm open to voting on it tonight if others are. I don't, what I would like less is scheduling another meeting just to vote on this.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would just speak then from the management perspective. If I hear that we're chasing August 14th deadline, to give us an opportunity, should the board vote in favor, to set up systems and communicate. We would need a runway, and just remember this week is leadership week, and so so setting up another meeting and then trying to meet that August 4th deadline in terms of communication would be a little problematic. So I think it would be my preference, and I know it's short notice, but because there's a hard deadline, I think from a management perspective, we would prefer to know now if there is something we need to pivot from. But I do appreciate the flexibility that you're introducing, Director Ingelsman. And my hope would be, I absolutely love that we're in policy and talking about, systems and how to change. And I'm wondering if there could be strategies where when there's resolutions, we have like a first reading, second reading, or then vote, so that we can have an opportunity to be prepared with the information that is coming up for you all in community and those you represent.
I have a question. So we're talking about 30 kids, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, right? Roughly. Right. Yeah. Right now, is there any sort of mechanism where someone can appeal something? So, might I have a wild idea? But rather than have a resolution that staff has concerns with, maybe we just see, if it's 2 kids that want to do cross country, maybe you're okay with that appeal and letting that happen. You don't have to commit now. But I'm just wondering if there's another pathway so that we don't have to be driven by this deadline to register for sports, where we could write those Creston kids at Hosford and say, here's how to appeal to play on the other team. And if it's one kid that wants to do cross country, that slippery slope argument, I get the concern. It might not actually bother you to let that one kid run cross country at Hosford that asks. So I'm just asking if that might be a way to like avoid making an official decision that feels like it's setting this precedent and instead just deals with maybe the few kids that might actually want to do something different.
I think that from a programmatic standpoint, since we already have the ability to appeal any of the things we have, I think that's fine. My concern is when we say we got 30 kids and all 30 get to do something, right? That's not something I feel comfortable with. But if there was a kid who went out and we have situations, a kid goes out for a team, they make the team, the parent moves, and you move to another school, will we let you finish? Sometimes we let you finish because you're 3/4 of the way through the year, you appeal, and we do that, right? So we're open to those, but I wouldn't be open to just send all these 30 kids that get to do that, because then some of the kids are already on the Franklin teams already, and now we're saying you come back and it creates another whole dynamic. So
I guess what I'm trying to get to is that I assume that there's a mix among these 30 kids. I was not an athlete. I didn't play
Some
sports.
don't
So you're
wanna
going to
play
have some kids that don't play sports. Then you're going to have some kids that are very happy hooking up with their Creston buddies and playing with the kids that they're going to go to high school with. And so my guess is that we're dealing with like a handful of kids issue, and rather than solving it with a policy at the board level, maybe it's something that your discretion, you guys can figure out a way to maybe do something that might be out of your comfort zone, but like see the scale and deal with it that way. Just a thought on speaking of flexibility.
Yeah, I actually really appreciate that, Director Split, and I think if we had the opportunity to solve this through an appeal process through our athletic department as opposed to a resolution, we would appreciate that. Just knowing, though, that as our Senior Director of Athletics stated, it won't be like some hard, fast decision. I think there are some exceptions, right? If it's a no-cut sport, or, it could happen that someone's appealing and the numbers are low and it actually helps create or make a team, which I don't know if that's a problem, but still, you never know. And I think having those decisions rest within the athletic department would be the right call from my perspective.
Yeah, I just want to, let's finish the process really quick. I guess we haven't heard from Director Pass and
Yeah.
Representative Sandell.
Thank you. So much of what I was thinking about this has been said, but I'll state it anyway. I'm concerned about the equity issues. That is listening to a very small, but perhaps vocal minority, which is what our board tends to do. I also think that we need to consider systems and not just one-offs. And so I like the idea of considering an appeal process, because it does definitely feel like a management issue versus a board policy issue. The other thing is I also moved around a lot too, and I also played sports. And Vice Chair Chase Miller's point about getting to know other people and to build resilience in our kids, and to always provide an easy path for our kids does not build resilience. I think what better place to make new friends than on a team. I've done it a couple times as a middle schooler and a high schooler, and I survived it. And I think we want our kids to be comfortable moving in and out of different spaces, and a team sport is a great place to do that. So I wouldn't be supportive of the resolution as it's written, just for those reasons. I'm also, if it could be solved administratively versus here, I would be okay with that. But I also do think our kids what we expect them to do, they can do. They could ace this new team thing.
I attended Jackson Middle School, but then, which is supposed to feed into Ida B. Wells, and I was in the track and field program, and I met all the kids from Gray and all the kids from Jackson who were going to attend Ida B. Wells, and then I transferred to Lincoln. And while it was hard for me because I literally didn't know anybody, I was able to use the relationships I had at Ida to later work with kids on DSC and compete against them in sports. And I think it just made me stronger because I had these relationships, and they helped me nurture new relationships when I was able to attend Lincoln. So I don't think that like, while we are looking at this small group and it is important to like keep these kids in these programs, I don't think that this like resolution will make the kids stronger, as some of the board members have said. And I like am a living example of like it will push us to work harder as kids, and ultimately it allows us to make connections throughout the district, which is really helpful.
I think we're ready to just take a vote on it because it's on the table. You okay with
I
that?
think
Well,
it is on the
I kind of
table.
I kind of want to understand before I make my decision. What I'm hearing is that athletics will entertain appeals because it's 30, this is approximate total kids. Not all of them are going to play athletics, and not all of them are going to be asking for, access to stay and play at Hosford. So it does feel like a very small group. You're open to that?
Yes.
Okay.
So, excuse me, go ahead.
I'm comfortable with that, but what I would like to ensure is that the athletics, the cluster model athletics structure is part of what we are considering when we go through right sizing, that it is something that is part of the process, because there's no need to split these kids up. While I understand, I don't necessarily agree with this, a small vocal minority, because that's what our board tends to do. I totally disagree. And I feel like that really diminishes, the students that, we're hearing from. And it is a small group because the district set it up that way. It's not the parents' fault. And I tend to listen to, I don't like telling parents how to parent their kids. If they tell me their kid's having a problem, I'm going to listen to them. I believe kids are resilient. I believe it's harder for some kids to be resilient because they're going through other things in their lives. I don't think Creston is a school that is should be stereotyped into having like some, special access to the board. So a lot of that isn't sitting right with me. But what is I know that Marshall has built an incredible program that is growing. We need it to retain students, that you're open to entertaining some appeals if they come up, and there might be a couple, and that we're open to committing to incorporating the structure of our cluster athletics program into our restructuring of our K-8s in middle schools. Does that make sense? It's quite a big recap. That's where I'm at.
Include funding?
I'd love more. Marshall, I think it's really important to point out that PIL is funding the middle school athletics. PPS isn't even paying for it. I know that, an organization that Marshall has built is the one funding it. So personally, I just want to thank you. You've done an amazing job, and I'm excited to see that it's growing because we need that. So for what it's worth,
I believe there's a motion on the table that you have. I'm not clear whether Director Engelsman made a motion to postpone this or not. That you need to. Okay, then yes, you have the other motion on the table. You haven't had a first or a second yet.
We had a first and second. There's a first and second.
For the resolution.
And I'm grateful to hear that if there are, and this is going to be a very small number of families, if there are kids that just can't be like Rose, be like Rochelle, be like Stephanie, and rise above, right? If there are kids that are like, I just need to run around the field that I know at the school I go to with the kids I see. If you are open to entertaining those, which I believe has been happening post SEGC, and that, as I understand it, last year when this all started to bubble up was the first year that these appeals, I'm putting them in quotation marks because there isn't like a, I'm comfortable with that because there is such, to Director Split's comment, there is such a small number of kids at a tiny school that recognizes it's probably going to get affected by right sizing. And frankly, the kids that are Franklin tracked may end up being pulled from their teams and going to Cleveland anyway. So we might be about to say, you kid who we made run for Franklin track, you don't get to run for Franklin track because now you're going to Cleveland. So they're about to be affected in a way that we don't know yet. So I'm comfortable if you are committing to listening to the small sliver of kids who say, I need some help to play a sport at my middle school.
Can we call the question?
Yeah, let's call it. Right, well, we are taking a vote on draft resolution Engelsman. I don't know if it was assigned a number. We'll just call it resolution sports for Crescent Elementary School presented by Engelsman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed?
No.
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 Abstentions? Student rep?
No.
Thank you. All right, the resolution sports for Crescent Elementary Engelsman is not approved by a vote of 1 to 5, with student rep voting no. Thank you. Thank you for this. I want to usually do a break around now, but I want to kind of power through just because we have the Fund for PPS who, are guests here tonight. And I want to get them out on a reasonable time. So if we can power through
Chair Wong, can we, Margaret Calvert just wanted to come to clarify something.
Yes, please. Thank you. So I appreciate the conversation this evening. There was a statement made initially about us having committed to something for Creston already in the process for right sizing. I want to just make sure that we've been consistent and will remain consistent to saying we're building scenarios. We have not made commitments to any singular community at this point, but we are building out scenarios, and some of the pieces that you're talking about are part of the process. But I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear. That sometimes that as people are making statements, I just wanted to clarify that as we go.
If that was a statement
Thank you.
I meant something that was said to Creston during SEGC years
Thank you.
ago, not now. Nothing. No, I did not mean to imply. I meant that families were emailing me that they were promised something under a different district and administration during SEGC that was not carried
I
through.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarity.
Can I also say I actually didn't vote and I'm going to abstain.
All right, so correct the result. The vote is 1 to 4 with 1 abstention and student rep voting no. Thank you. Oh yeah, all right. All right, next up we have our annual update from the Fund for PPS. I'll have Superintendent Armstrong introduce us.
Absolutely. I'm inviting up Chief Kafori, and she will introduce all who are with her. And this is an item for information and discussion, not an item to vote on. Team?
Members of the board, good evening. Deborah Kafori, Chief of Staff, and I am here with Nick Brodnicki, who has one of the best names in Portland. And he is the interim executive director for the Fund for PPS. Very excited to have him. Unfortunately, our amazing chair, Jackie Wers, was stung by some kind of thing that flies that she is allergic to. And so we send her very much get well soon vibes. So Jackie, if you're listening, we hope you're doing okay, and we're sorry to miss you tonight.
Thank you, Deborah. Good evening, directors. Good evening, Chair. Always a pleasure to be here with you, and I appreciate the opportunity to share with you where the fund is at right now. So you'll see from your first slide, this is our annual report to the Board of Education. So it's a 25-26 school year in review, and we're mostly focusing on our year ahead as well. Next slide, please. Reminder of who we do this for, these students. There's a lot of conversation about like where money goes and what it's used for, and at the end of the day, I'm going to use the 42,000 rounded number here, but it's the fund is focused on these students at all times, at everything that we're doing. Next slide, please. So this is a reminder. You've heard us talk about this a ton of times so far. This is the reach of the fund for this past school year. So thanks to the generosity of donors across Portland, the fund invested into student success at the majority of schools district-wide this year. That included over 400 students as a part of high impact tutoring in the K through 3rd grades. We had math support for 9th and 10th graders. It had reach across 7,000 students. There was less than that were engaged specifically with platform use, but there was a complicated situation with funding of the licenses and how this was rolled out to students. Ultimate opportunity reach, though, to a huge subset of high schoolers. And then we had food pantry support in 20 community schools, and this is, as we all know, a pretty sensitive topic. So there's a ballpark number in here of 7,000 students reached. We know that number is actually a lot larger when it comes to their families and their extended families, and how this was rolled out with delivery and a lot of extenuating circumstance mitigation. And the fund was really pleased that the Parent Advisory Committee supported and recommended these support measures, because we had total student support across, again, the majority of schools in PPS, and we ended up serving close to 15,000 students this past year through this funding. And the reminder is every dollar via these engagements is directed by the Parent Advisory Committee. So this is the review, and we're going to talk about just like how positive this has rolled into things that are to come for the fund. Next slide, please. So the investment that is most worth highlighting, and again, you've heard us talk about this, but it bears repeating for the sake of talking about the kinds of support the fund is capable of now and into the future. The investment that we really want to highlight was the $660,000, where 45 schools received in-person high-impact tutoring in literacy school skills this year. 30 schools had tutors from reading results, and 15 schools had educational assistants, including bilingual tutors in Spanish DLI. There was tutoring 3 times a week, often one-to-one in these sessions, and one of the wonderful outcomes of high-impact tutoring we know from a lot of the academic literature and the conversations that are had with both teachers and the tutors involved is that students are more likely to attend school on tutoring days. So the reason I bring this up in one of these slides is it's the celebration of we have data-informed research. We have a system that helps us select students with the greatest need across the district, and then we now have a funding mechanism where at scale we can support those students. It might not include all students at this point that need that support, but the idea of scale can now build because we have that entry point and we can now move forward. And you can't move forward unless you get started. And we're grateful that we got started this year. This program, this academic support in particular, creates a lot of value because, as all of you know, when you hear outcome reports, if students are not at benchmark by the time they get to 3rd and 4th grade, we're talking about significant adverse outcomes for them later in their lives. So the fund is proud via the PAC's recommendation to make sure we're creating a lot of positivity as early as possible in these students' lives. And we're grateful to be able to do that. Okay, we're going to talk about the future now too. Next slide, please. So the PAC has recommended a few support measures for this coming year. So on June 8th, the Parent Advisory Committee recommended $152,000 for next school year. And the Funds Board added another $10,000 for more food assistance. I'll explain that in one moment. So across the available funds for the PAC to allocate for this coming school year, High Impact Tutoring is seeing an additional 7 schools being added to the portfolio with $144,000. Food pantries are being supported in 9 community schools at now $18,000, so that's 8 by the PAC and $10,000 extra from the Funds Board. And this is a total investment in PPS for the 26-27 school year of $162,000. So a couple of points to note here on how positive this is, regardless of how you feel about the dollar amount. This investment helps 47 PPS elementary schools to receive high impact tutoring with more than 1,000 students district-wide. When you look at the full scaling here, you might say, yes, but the fund is not funding all of those 47 schools. One of the really nice things about starting a system at scale is that when you realize the impacts and the positivity, even if you're a little short from one of the funding sources, it creates the impetus to reallocate from another location until you can figure out how to make that system sustainable. So we know that high impact tutoring works and we know it's delivering results. So massive kudos to Dr. Emily Glasgow and all the teams related to academic success for how they navigated finding funds because of what I would call governance updates the fund for PPS is working on in this current year, so that they could sustain many of the schools for reading results, and then the fund via the PAC's recommendation was able to backfill some of those schools that they couldn't find funding for. And for the majority of schools that qualified, they received this particular academic intervention support. It's not the only support that exists, it's just the one that the fund is helping create a continuation for this coming school year. And we know it works, so we're glad to be a part of that. These continuations of services are what we hear most from district administrators and community leaders when they talk about if something gets started, we would love to see a version of it continue until we can find some kind of like full circle of support. It becomes something that's part of consolidated budget process. It's, you name the pathway that it takes for students to either use it in full or not need it anymore. This has been a wonderful learning opportunity for the fund this year as we set up our operations, and we're really proud to be able to continue supporting high impact tutoring and these really vital food pantries via the PAC's recommendation. They felt very strongly that these were two focus areas that the money would go really far in supporting for this coming school year. So we've got a couple of other activities going on this year that are worth talking about. Next slide, please. So we're looking ahead. There's a lot of excitement. We're getting started, finally. Everybody's had these conversations about like, where are we? What are we doing? And one of the things that I wanted to let everybody know about is we're taking these initial investments at scale, right, for district-wide support, and we're putting these framings in front of the business community and the major philanthropy community. And we will host our first ever standalone fundraising event, bringing Portland's civic, business, and philanthropic leaders together for PPS students. This does have a very specific focus on the business community. By request of my board and the focus of my board, we have a very specific angle to approach economic development as a play for student success. There's a lot of opportunities for these students, their families, and frankly, Portland as a whole, if we're supporting them as early as possible. And we had a really wonderful business salon a couple of months ago where we brought a number of business leaders across banking, healthcare, finance, and a couple of other verticals together at Providence Park and had a conversation about what it would look like to support students at scale. And we were asked wholesale, like bring us all together in something so we can talk about this, network, and fundraise collectively together. This was the request, and we are going to meet the request of folks who want to support the district in this way. I want to point out that this is we're focusing on a systemic approach here with multi-year commitment conversations, not just single, like raise a paddle and walk out the door and I gave my money. So we're building a lot of excitement here. We're going to host this in October. It's going to be hosted right here in Portland, and it's going to have a lot of really wonderful engagement from a lot of entities that maybe haven't engaged with the school system in quite a while, and we feel good about that. We've got a couple other things going on that are even more community focused. If we could show the next slide, please. So there's this broad spectrum of engagement that we're looking for. There's a lot of places that folks are willing to invest in student success alongside the consolidated budget dollars that do come to the district and to the schools. And the Portland Timbers are one of those organizations that want to lean in with us like they did last year. So we will have a Fun for PPS night 2, in fact, with the Portland Timbers at Providence Park. We will have those on September 5th and 9th, and not only are the tickets discounted for families, but there's also a give back to the fund on every ticket sold. We're all familiar with these kinds of opportunities, and we're very grateful to the Timbers for providing our students this kind of fundraising opportunity, and the fund is looking to share that far and wide. We have support inside the district from some of the communications team to be able to have a broad reach for folks who feel like this is something they might enjoy. We also, associated with community giving, will have a really big year-end giving focus this year, talking about a lot of the success that we're seeing from the programmatic academic support that we're providing right now, or the dollars we're supporting with. We've received a lot of feedback that people wanted a little bit more time to make philanthropic decisions. Right? We didn't have a lot of success metrics to share the last couple of months, but thanks to the academic success teams here at the district, we now have a lot of that data, and we get to share that now with folks. So again, a little bit of timing here to be able to be really, really engaged with everybody who does want to give, because ultimately we're going to drive towards a really, really big PPS Giving Day towards the end of April this coming school year. We saw really wonderful early engagement from this past year on our PPS Giving Day. It was simply a test. We have these incredibly positive hurdles that we get to jump, like how big our email list is, like who we can actually engage with in the different schools, what is the format that is best to share with all principals so they can get something like this in their newsletter, right? These were all really good learning opportunities for us this year that we now know how to engage with, like the broad swath of everyone that sends out to their key parents, their key community members, their key caregivers, so that they can support their students too. And we received a lot of really good feedback. Plenty of it was critical to help us learn on how to best engage in these kinds of asks. So this coming school year is going to have a year-long push towards this Day of Giving, and we're really excited to be able to roll that out. And I'm pretty sure I wind down in the next slide. Yes. So this is just how we're getting stronger, right? Everybody's asked where we're at. Corporate partnership conversations continue. Overwhelmingly, we were asked for results from things that we funded in district partnership. A lot of folks, you've all heard this before, were a little wary, maybe didn't have the most trust in what it looked like to have a partner that delivered directly on behalf of or alongside the district. So that took a lot of really wonderful conversations. And I'm grateful, the fund is grateful to Dr. Armstrong for joining us on one of those conversations. We were also working on our fully independent governance. One of the questions folks have is when you're fundraising, like how do we know when this is gonna get to these student success opportunities? Well, we all know that budget decisions are made in the winter, and we were working on fundraising through our fiscal year at the end of June, right? You gotta update those timelines to get the yeses. So we're working through that with updating our bylaws, expanding our board of directors, and strengthening our partnership with PPS in how we operate on our timeline to be able to support the district's timeline. This includes modernized operations for our gift approaches, our stewardship, and again, the timelines. And then it grows the community of donors. So there's a lot of folks that don't really know how to approach supporting the system of PPS so that their student actually sees success, even if that dollar doesn't go directly to that school right away. And we're working through with a lot of administrative teams on how we tell that story, and we're really excited to roll out those communications in the coming month. There is so many positive steps being taken over the last couple of months, and I want to thank all of you for the conversations that you've had on the dais and one-on-one with myself and my board members to help us take the steps so that the Fund for PPS is extremely successful in support of student success measures. And I think we've taken all of those early steps right here. It's messy and it's difficult, and those steps are often on hot coals, but we've taken those steps over the last couple of months. And I think I have a closing slide then. Oh, nailed it. Okay. Anything to add, Superintendent?
Just so proud and excited for this work. I hope that many in our community lean into the giving, whether it's one time, monthly, quarterly, or whatever it may be, and know that every dollar that goes into the fund ultimately impacts our students in their growth and success. And so just really excited to see this work grow, and thank you for your leadership.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. And I will also say, I call out the superintendent as one of our board members, and then Director Lafort as our liaison. If you had anything you'd like to add to tonight.
Well, I'm really excited for the gala. It's going to be a good time. And I wanted to thank you for pulling together the meeting with our business community. I thought that was great. I think we got a clear idea of what sort of information they need to see, and it's programs with an ROI that we can show for their investment. So I think we definitely have a really clear idea of what type of proposals we need to be making to our local business partners.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions?
Just a comment. I wanted to thank you for, this is all built in this last little bit of time, and it's really exciting to see it growing and scaling. Excellent to hear the outcomes, the tutoring and the food pantries, which we know are really needed in our community. And yeah, I'm just excited to see what happens next year. Really excited about a gala. Love a good party, and excited about the giving days and other activities you have planned coming up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'll start with saying this is a great presentation. Thank you. Are Thorns and Fire also going to do something?
We have the conversation active.
Okay, good. Thorns and Fire, I hope that if you're listening, you will engage with us, because women's sports in the city is vibrant and you should participate in PBS. Okay, so I saw on one of those slides that you are now at 49 elementary schools, but I think that must include some K-8s.
Yes.
Okay. How does that mean that just there's still 2 elementary schools that are not getting any high impact tutoring, or are they now? I can't do the math with the K-8s and the K-5s. How many are not getting?
I don't know that number specifically, but I do know it's based on the criteria set by the district for total need, and if there's a certain threshold that's not met, it usually means that support looks different. So it wouldn't be this kind of support, but it would be a different support mechanism.
And of those 49 that you mentioned, are they getting in-person high-impact tutoring, or is it online tutoring?
As far as I'm aware, all of this is in person.
Okay. I think I saw my last question is, I think I saw some emails right after the Giving Day. It was, I think, $10 a student. My 3 kids, we gave $30. How much was raised on the Giving Day? Was that ever broadcast out? I don't know if I ever saw that.
Yeah, we did have it very intentionally. The communications have been slow going into the summer, so we can rebrand and launch for everybody in the coming months. It was about $25,000 that we raised, mostly from small donations. There was only 1 or 2 donations, even in the 4 figures. There was thank you to all of you who leaned in, whether you did during Giving Day or another part of the school year. It was a high volume of small donations.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
No question, but I just wanted to comment and say I'm really happy to hear about the partnership with the business community. You know, the Vancouver School Districts Foundation has a really strong relationship with their business community, and their foundation is thriving. So I had been wondering lately where we were at with that. So really happy to hear this update, and also excited about a gala. Have to get on, run the runway, and find a dress.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great, thank you. I really appreciate you being here, waiting this long. Thank you for waiting this long, this late into the night. But yeah, thank you for your work. I always appreciate the updates. And
Yeah, it's a pleasure. And thank you all for the conversations as we work through these things together. Thank you.
all right. Thank you. So I'm thinking we
Can
can
I-
get through the rest of the agenda in a couple of minutes. If we can, a few minutes, if we just push through.
Well, here, I
Okay.
have a suggestion to help
Yes.
make it faster. I would like to give everybody a minute, with your permission, because I'm just talking out of turn. Everybody a minute to consider the idea of moving everything left on the agenda into the consent agenda, except for one item, which is Resolution 7358. It sounds like at least one person wants to talk about that one. But if people could just think about it for a second, and then I'll make the motion to move everything into the consent calendar to just make it faster for us to move. We have we took about an hour over on an agenda item, and we have a lot of people here who have to be somewhere very early tomorrow morning. And so I'm just wanting to be respectful. If we don't need to talk through every single thing, it would be faster to move things to the consent calendar. So.
Love that.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that we put resolutions 7357, 7359, and 7360 onto the consent calendar.
I second that.
Thank you.
Can
Any
I call the question?
Yeah, let's call the question. Let's do the vote. All those in favor of moving said items into the consent agenda, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student rep? Yes. Thank you. The items have been moved to the consent agenda by a vote of 6-0. Student rep, yes.
So then I think, just for clarity for everybody who hasn't been thinking about this on the side for the last few minutes, we would do resolution 7358 now, and then we would do the consent calendar.
Thank you. Let's do resolution 7358, resolution to adopt revised policies 2.10.010P. Do I have a motion and a second to put this on the table?
So moved.
Thank you. Director Split moves, and was it Director Engelsman? Second.
Someone said it.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I thought I heard sound coming from this side. Director LaForte seconds. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Yes, we have one person.
All right. Let's call it.
We have John Charles.
Thank you. And I assume you're here when I went over the guidelines before about public comment. You have 3 minutes. Yellow means 30 seconds left. Red, nothing here, no pro. So go for it.
Thank you. My name is John Charles, representing Cascade Policy Institute, a nonprofit policy research organization based in Portland. Just want to recite a few bits of history. The racial educational equity policy was adopted in 2011. In 2013, the equity funding policy was approved by the board as a means of implementing equity goals. This policy uses race as a factor in determining how equity FTE positions are allocated to elementary schools. In 2020, the Community Budget Review Committee noted, quote, "There has never really been a way for the district to quantify the equity funding goals." In 2022, the Oregon Department of Education published an audit of PPS and found, quote, "no coordinated framework to monitor the success of the ResJ program." In 2024, Cascade Policy Institute published a report titled, "Equity Funding Has Not Closed the Racial Achievement Gap in Portland Schools." In October 2025, a PPS parent filed a federal lawsuit against the district alleging racial discrimination stemming from two related policies: one, equity funding, and two, the district-wide advocacy and fundraising policy. Tonight, the proposal is to ignore this track record and readopt the policy that has, according to the board itself, been failing since 2011. My question is why? What will change going forward? If this review of policies has any meaning, then you should take time to discuss the many problems caused by this policy. You should also consider returning to the foundational aspiration of educational equality rather than educational equity. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
John.
All right, is there any board discussion on resolution 7358?
Like flipping back and forth on screens here. Yeah, so this was, my question was related to the public access to district records. Thank you for adding the red line. In section 8, there is a substantive change. Currently, if a person believes that records are being withheld, or assessed excessive fees, they can request an expedited review to the board. After that, they can appeal to the district attorney's office. I'm wondering why I mean, I know we're not removing the DA part, we can't, but why are we removing the expedited review of the decisions by the board?
I
Do we
am
know?
unclear where you're looking at. 7358, which is policy 210.010.
No,
You're not- I think you're on a different policy.
2.50.010.
You're on a-
I think I said the wrong.
I know what she's looking at. I just want to make clear the motion that's on the table at the moment is about 210.010.
No, there's a range that the
They're
resolution
all-
has
all
a
of the-
range.
They're all
They're all in there.
policies.
Okay, thank you. So which policy, I'm sorry?
2.50.010.
And your question is why redirect it? Because it's become a moot point. It's quicker actually in many cases to go to the board, to go to the DA. And there's a time frame that they have to follow. Am I tracking your question?
Yes, but they could do that anyway. They can go to the DA if they'd like.
They could.
Regardless of whether or not they have the opportunity. But this removes their ability to come to the board to have us hear an appeal. So I'm not comfortable removing that. I don't know why we would. So I was just wondering how.
She just said it's faster to go to the DO.
As a practical matter, what happens is that the DA has the time frame. Right now there is a choice.
I've done it. I've been through it.
Okay. What I'm trying to clarify is right now that an individual who wants records has a choice of going to the board or not, right? The reality is nobody ever comes to the board because this is a much slower process anyway than going to the DA. I would be very concerned from a legal lens if they've gone to the DA and then they go to the board, because that puts you all in a position of being a super judicial body over the DA. And that over the DA process. The DA is the one who actually in all counties owns and understands and orders the district or any entity to take action. So if it's not beforehand, just given the nature of the timing of the board and the board's meetings, then it's afterwards, and I would be very concerned about you all being in a position of making a decision after the DA has already acted. That is not a good place for you all to be. That is not your role. The place to go from there for a requester would be to go from the DA to an appeal in court, which is the next step. And those are all fairly expedited, frankly. The process with the DA is one of the more expeditious legal reviews that are out there.
For me, I don't feel the need to remove the opportunity for the public to bring their concern to the board. This removes that opportunity for them. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against this. Like I said, I've personally done both, where I've been at a point where I've had to do an appeal to the DA after having an issue getting records from the board. I don't know, it's probably 10 years, no, more than 10 years ago, but it does happen. And as a board member, I would want to hear if there was an issue, and this removes that opportunity. So I'm comfortable leaving it the way it is, without striking that language.
We talked about this in policy, and I think I had raised some of these same concerns early on. As I understand it, and I'm just looking at ORS 192 again, but it's a very big statute. The DA has a timeline with which they have to and must review the records, right? And if they don't, then there is presumably some further appeal if they are in
Yeah.
violation of the Chapter 192. Do you remember, I've asked you once before, you've told me, I don't remember, do you remember what the DA's timeline is in 192? I don't remember.
I don't
put you on the
recall the
spot.
time. I don't recall the timeline. I know that there
It's not long though, is it?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top.
I don't either,
know
I
I
should.
answered you and I didn't pull it.
So what you're saying is that you don't, and I don't want to be in a situation where the DA's office has made a decision and then it's coming back to the board. But I think what your concern is, and it was similar to what mine was early on, is that it might be faster to come to the board. And I could imagine a situation where there might be some time sensitivity to records needed. I don't know. So if we eliminate the board, do we then eliminate someone's opportunity to then have like a emergency agenda ad for the next meeting, which happens to be 3 days from now, and then they can get their records that are super time sensitive so they can take them wherever they need to? I mean, I'm just wondering, in the foster care world, in the juvenile delinquency and dependency world, it is entirely possible that somebody would have a time sensitivity request on records and would need them by court that's Friday and we have a board meeting Tuesday. Like, is that an issue, or?
It has never come up in my experience and in my conversations before the policy committee with the people who, our public records officer. I had a conversation about how does this come up? Has this ever come up? So I'm not aware of it, and it's hard for me to just, knowing the way the timeframes work, to see that happening. The reality is y'all see the same public records list that the staff do, and you see those on there, and they're pretty quickly turn around, and if they're not, then they get escalated pretty quickly to the DA. Everybody has that right. I don't want to represent to you that it could never happen, but just given the nature of the public records request from a school district versus a foster care agency, the time sensitivity of quick turnaround, it's hard for me to envision a scenario where that would happen.
And have you, I think we talked about this too, I don't think you've told me you've heard of situations where the DA's office didn't get their statutory job done.
No, they move the experience has been in recent years in Multnomah County, I can't speak to any other county, that they move very quickly, and they hold us to tight timelines. In terms of when we get an appeal, that it then comes to the legal team, we are held to tight timelines to respond. They do not give much leeway.
Could we fix the worry about going to the DA first and then to the board by saying, by just saying either or instead of removing the board
We can't
entirely?
cut off. We can't make it an either or because we cannot cut off somebody else's statutory rights.
I see.
No, I'm not
So
necessarily-
could say, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
The way you said it, you can't do that. We can't cut off somebody's statutory right because they have the statutory right to go to the DA.
To go to the DA's office.
You could say if they want to come to the board before they've gone to the DA, then that would be lawful. That's a different path.
And I don't want to take that opportunity away from them, because
That's
from
where-
an
okay.
oversight perspective, I would want to know if somebody in the public thought that we were inappropriately withholding records or assessing excessive fees. That's something I would want to know. And I don't feel the need to take that opportunity away from members of the public.
I'm just gonna caution that what that winds up meaning is you all could wind up being the decision maker on public records and in a public hearing where you would frankly need legal advice, which is part of what the challenge would be in a public setting. So it hasn't come up in my time here, and in talking with Liz, who's been here for 9 years total, it's never come up where that's happened. It is an odd thing to envision a school board sitting in a judicial, that's essentially what you're doing, is playing a judicial role, making a legal determination about what should be provided. If you want to make a policy determination, that's a different issue, but that's what you would be doing if we're following the public records law, and I would have concerns about that from a legal lens.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a vote on, we'll now vote on Resolution 7358, resolution to adopt revised policies 2.10, don't have to read them all the way to 2.50.020-P.
Can you read
That's what-
did you say 2.50
Let me read I'll read the entire title, just to
Okay,
be
great.
safe.
I think we do we need to vote on this one separately?
We are. We
Okay.
are voting on 7358 only. With the whole, the resolution puts all of
Oh,
it together.
Are you
There's
asking
nothing we
to
can do
vote
about
on policy 2.50, the one we just talked about separately?
Yes.
Okay, so
Can
we
we
will
do
be
that?
pulling,
So what
Oh, wait,
you
we
need
have
to
to
do.
motion.
You need a motion to remove that, to have a
Okay.
separate vote on that policy.
do we have a motion to move 2.50.010-P out of resolution 7358?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
No, please.
All right, we will now vote on policy, I'll just say policy 2.50.010-P, public access to district records. We did. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to let you get to the end of your sentence. You have to have
The
vote.
question is, are we moving public access to district records policy? All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes, we're moving it out.
Yes. To be clear,
The vote is
what
to
you're
move it out.
voting on is to take that one policy out and vote on it separately. That's all you're deciding is whether you're going to have a separate vote at this point.
Yes. Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions?
No.
Sorry, thank you. All right, 2.50.010P has been moved out of the resolution by a vote of 4-2. All right, so let's put that on the table to vote on, right? We'll now, do I have a motion on policy 2.50.010-P?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, you could.
Thank you. We have Director Split moves. Director.
Wait, can I clarify? Are we voting on 2.50.010P in its current published form?
Yes. Yes. Where are we? We have to.
You have a
we
motion and a second, and
Thank
now you
you.
need to vote on.
Now we will now
that
vote on
policy.
the newly revised
Chair-
policy.
Chair Wong, I didn't hear who gave the second.
Oh, Director Lafort, I believe, seconded. All right, we'll now vote on the revised policy. Sorry, not revised. Well, it's labeled that in the resolution, which is why.
It is
adopt
the,
a revised
to
policy.
be fair, it is the revised
Yeah, yeah,
policy.
I know.
It is the policy that is in your
Just
board
trying to
book that you're
differentiate
voting on.
between the old version and the new version. So the new
But it hasn't
version
been subsequently
of
revised,
policy
right?
2.50.010P, public access to district records. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Student rep? Yes. Thank you. Policy new version of policy 2.50.010-P, public access to district records, has passed by a vote of 6-1 with student rep voting yes.
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
5 to 1.
5-1. Thank you. My bad.
Yeah.
It's getting late. All right, we'll now be voting on the remainder policies listed under Resolution 7358, resolution to adopt revised policies. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Director Split moves. Director Engelsman seconds. Any discussion? We had our public comment. All right. Well, let's vote on Resolution 7358, resolution to adopt revised policies. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. Opposed? Abstention? Student rep? Yes. Thank you. Resolution 7358 has passed by a vote of 6-0. Student rep voting yes. Next, we have the consent agenda, right? Because everything else is moved there. All right. Last thing we have to vote on is, well, actually, we have sorry, my bad. We have the board, committee, and conference report. I see
I
the
moved it. I moved it into the consent agenda. Didn't I?
Oh.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, sorry, my bad.
Board committee, which one?
The policy committee meeting report and the board committee and
Oh, wait. I'm
No,
sorry.
that's a separate, yeah, that's a separate item.
I thought we don't actually do that, right? The board committee and conference reports are in writing?
We upload it as a, I had a request from LaFour that I want to do a brief.
Oh, okay. Well, I just know everybody really wants to get out of here, so I just feel like I'm trying to be helpful. But go ahead, please. I'm sorry for trying to
Leadership
push
is
us.
early tomorrow.
I would just ask that you read it and watch the meeting. It's from May 27th. It was jam-packed. We covered, here, I'm just going to pull it up and just give you an overview of what we covered, or I covered. We talked about Indian Ed. We talked about the pool RFP process, which was really informational. I do think that we need to have a larger board discussion. There's a pricing bid sheet, pricing bid information sheet that's been added to these. You may have noticed it in our last meeting. So I appreciate that that was added, and it actually includes pricing. But with the new system, and it is new, this is not something that we have done to the scale before, according to staff. Contracts and tasks that are over $150,000 are not coming back to the board. We're not going to see those. So once we approve a not to exceed contract, the broken down tasks within it that are more than 150,000, like that ship sailed. So there is no oversight over those contracts now, the way that that it's set up when we approve these. So I really think we need to have a discussion about that. There was a great athletics facility update. In particular, if you have any questions about athletic swing sites for the high schools that are being built from your stakeholders, there's a wonderful spreadsheet in there that they pulled together. We had a bond audit update on open items. There are a couple that were listed as closed. We're covering those in facilities as we move throughout the year that have been reopened. One in particular is comparing staffing capacity with projected bond workload to identify staffing gaps. It was closed and it's been reopened with the note of no comparison of capacity to workload with gap identification was provided, remains in progress. So basically, in practical terms, it means that we have not yet demonstrated, according to our auditor, that we've compared expected bond work to staffing resources or identified potential capacity or any gaps we could have. So I assume that will be addressed in the bond audit that we're about to get. And that we already know what happened with the BAC charter. That was moved out by the BAC committee and it was approved 7-0. So thank you very much. And that's it. How's that? Great. Speed read.
Well done.
Thank you. All right, next we have the consent agenda. Board members, if there's any items you would like to pull for a separate discussion, please indicate that now. Ms. Powell, is there any changes to the consent agenda?
Yes, there was a contract added earlier today for Broadway Cab, and the contract, the amendment for Amoresco was pulled and will be added to a different consent agenda.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves. Vice Chair Chase Miller seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Any board discussion? Is any public comment? All right. The board will now vote on resolution 7351 through 7355 and 7364.
Can we add, do we need to add the ones that I moved in?
I'm totally lost.
I think they're part of the consent agenda, but to be clear, they are 7357, 7359, and 7360, but for double clarity.
Thank you. As said. All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 Yes. No's. Sorry. Opposed. Abstentions. Student rep?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda as amended has been approved by a vote of 6-0. Student rep voting yes. Board members, if there are any items you would like to request for a follow-up or be considered on a future item, you can either talk about that now or you can just email to me at any point.
I just have a couple questions. Where are we with planning for the board retreat?
Ask Ms. Powell.
So the dates we had initially asked for the board were not available. We have some new dates that I have just received from the consultants, and we are checking first to see if Dr. Armstrong is available, and then we will check to see if the board's available.
Thanks, Roseanne. And then when will you be notifying the board about committee assignments?
I still have 2 more people I need to follow up on. So committee assignments, I'm going to have that hopefully done by the end of this week or early next week, depending on when I can get in touch with certain people. Thank you. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.